Welcome everybody to baseball action. We're going to get ready or getting set up. And in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and thank our sponsors for being able to get us on the air for this doubleheader against Roswell. I'm going to start with Divine Energy, Innomar Pipeline, Lasco Construction, Lee County State Bank, Elite Home Healthcare, Ampersand Media, The Coffee House, TDS, Hydrotech Services, Thriftway, Hobbs Express, The Model, Devon Energy, Forest Tire, and First American Bank of Hobbs. Thank you very much for your sponsorship. We're going to be bringing you live coverage of a doubleheader between Hobbs and Roswell right here on your No Mark Broadcasting Networks.
Welcome, everyone, to Sportsman's Park. Time for Hobbs Eagle Baseball. Live on the internet, HobbsAmerica.com, the YouTube Hobbs Sports page, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Ty Friend along with Ron Gunner. Tiffany Stuber back at the station as your Hobbs Eagles get in ready for a second game of a triple header as they take on Roswell High here at home. Of course, last night, unfortunately, Mercy rolled by Roswell 10-0. Again, 2 more games here today for the doubleheader. Last year, Ron, Roswell won 2 out of the 3 games. Hobbs, though, had their best game in Game 2 where they won 8-1. That's definitely what they want to have in this game, trying to even up the series record.
Exactly, and even though they'd lost the first game and the third game, it was a 1-run difference. It was just a difference of trying not to make too many mistakes. Unfortunately, that's what happened for Hobbs last year. This year, we're hoping that that gets cleaned up, even though yesterday was about a ton of errors in the first 2 innings that did not help the ship of Hobbs get that victory. Unfortunately, they ended up getting goose-egged as well as getting the Mercy roll, as you mentioned.
Both teams have the same amount of seniors, 7 each on the squad. More juniors for Roswell, though. They have 7. Hobbs only 1, but Hobbs has more sophomores with 6 compared to just 2 for Roswell. 16 on the roster for the Coyotes and 14 for the Eagles. Quickly for the national anthem here at Sportsman's Park. We'll take another 90-second break and come back live with more Hobbs Eagle Baseball versus Roswell coming up. We're back live after the national anthem here at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles and the Roswell High Coyotes. Game 2 of the triple header. 1 game last night and 2 here tonight. Both teams coming in with a 10-8 record on the season. Roswell, of course, 1-0 in district. Hobbs at 0-1. Next week, the Corsi Eagles will have the big matchups with Clovis. They'll have the 1 home game Thursday and 2 on the road Friday night. And in the following week, the final week of the regular season, Hobbs will get to host 2 against Carlsbad and only have to go 1 on the road there on that last Thursday before hopefully the playoffs. So a couple more weeks of baseball, and you kind of get these games done quickly in little bunches each week. And if you have injuries, it's kind of an issue. And you really have to get down to nitty-gritty on your rotation on the pitching staff, too, with the amount of pitches you can have and very little time with the games coming right next door to each other.
Exactly. With 3 games in a row, it limits you as far as what you can do or your availability and how many times you can come up and pitch, or at least the innings you can. So, yeah, it's all about strategy in those 3. And, unfortunately, that's what happens each and every week during district. It's not something that usually happens in any other time of the season. But, unfortunately, you got to get ready for it, get used to it. And it happens every year. So it's not unpredictable. It's just rather tedious, to be able to have to get through this and be able to get your players out without any injuries as well.
Yesterday's game was 10-0 in favor of Roswell. A total of 12 hits for Roswell. In fact, they had some guys with 3 hits apiece. Jackson McDonald, who's not even in the first game, at least starting for Roswell in this one, he went 3 for 4, had a couple of singles, a double and an RBI, and a run scored for the Coyotes. And better than him, even a 3 for 3 was Noah Lynn. He had a 3 RBI homer, a couple of singles, and also had a walk in the game. So those 2 guys, McDonald and Noah Lynn, combining for 6 hits out of the half of the hit total for Roswell. They were the only multiple. Actually, one other multiple hit winner or hitter was Rico Lujan. He went 2 for 2 with a pair of singles, a couple of runs, scored and a walk. He was the DH in that game. And then sprinkled in a single hit apiece for Eli Lynn, also Savino Sanchez, and Jace Griffin, who was the starting and only pitcher for Roswell. We should mention there are 3 Lynn players on this Roswell team, all from football coach's sons on the squad. So kind of give you a flavor of what they're all about. But 12 hits in that game, only struck out 4 times and had 2 walks. Their big inning was number 2. They had 5 runs and went up 6-0 at that point. Hobbs gave up 3 more runs in the third. The Eagles ended up losing 10-0. Went through 2 pitchers as well. Luke Parrish was the starter. Alan Udahara came in relief in that game. Eagles offense not very strong in this contest. In fact, only had 4 hits, and those are pretty much spread out. Xavier Alvarado got a double. He went 1 for 1. Got hit by a ball as well. He got up to the plate 3 times in that one. Christian Montez went 1 of 2 with a single. And Saul Medeiros was the only guy that got a multiple base hit. That was a double, and he went 1 for 2 and also a stolen base. So Hobbs went 4 for 18 at the plate, a .222 batting average, and for Roswell was 12 of 26 for .461. Hobbs only struck out 3 times and were not walked. I mean, they're a team that likes to pick up those freebies as much as possible. That was, again, they didn't get a lot of an opportunity to do that. Weather wasn't much of a factor in that one. Just not a good start to a series. And, of course, they had a whole week layoff after their previous whipping of Santa Fe the week before.
Yeah, and Hobbs came in. You thought that they would be strong because they had a 4-game winning streak. I know they had it against weaker teams. But Roswell came in like they were number 1. They looked like they were a number 1 team for the state because they came in. They were just able to swing the bats just right, get them into the outfield as well, get at least a single, if not a double, or even more. And they were just running the field. Every time they come up, they'd be able to, especially the first batter, he'd always be able to get on. I think there was only one time that they were not able to successfully do that. But yeah, 4 out of 5 innings, that's not bad considering it was an early ending on this thing. So yeah, Hobbs needs to come out and make sure that they play a whole lot better, get more defensive, and just make less mistakes.
Quick defensive roster check for you. Starting pitcher for your Eagles, Josiah Martinez, as he steps up in the game on the mound for Hobbs. And Josiah Martinez definitely would like to get this team back on the winning track, as he's going to be up first at the defense for the Hobbs Eagles. And rest of the bases taken care of for the infield. Alvarado at first, Montez second, Gonzalez third, Fuentes the shortstop, Hernandez behind the plate at catcher, left to right in the outfield, Armendariz, Camacho, and Parrish. So that's your order there for your Hobbs Eagles. Playing some defense to start this game off. We're in Roswell with those 12 hits in yesterday's game. Definitely swinging the bats well. Josiah Martinez, record 4-2 on the season, a 1.77 ERA, 7th game that he's appeared in, and he just hit the first batter for Roswell on the left leg. That was up to bat Emmanuel Anchondo, already a base given up to him, so he'll get the hit by pitch freebie to first. So again, mention if you didn't catch me quick enough there, 4-2 record, 1.77 ERA for Martinez, the senior, 7th game of the season for him.
That is Anchondo's 5th time being hit by a pitch in this season.
And he came into the contest batting .317. Mentioned Roswell, very good hitting numbers this year, .353. Going into yesterday's game, they were .347, so they upped their average of those 12 hits. Here's the windup in the throw, coming high. Popping up is Hernandez for the Eagles to keep it from going wild. We had a couple of errors in the infield last night that really hurt us as well. Some wild pitches and an errant throw to first, which should have been a routine tag out there, but that caused some runners to advance.
You know, if you're going to have everything, if the wheels are going to fall off, might as well be on one game. That way you can recover and get back into it for the next game.
Inside pitch near the elbow, fouled off by Eli Lynn, the catcher. One of 3 Lynns on the ball club. He's batting .522 this season. He is the team leader, has 35 hits, 19 RBIs, 7 doubles, and 2 triples. Fastball down the middle for the strike. As Lynn takes a peek over to his dugout to get some help from some coaching staff there. Big leadoff at first for Anchano, getting on due to being hit by a pitch.
Yeah, he hits over half the pitches he gets.
Martinez looks at first, turns and fires. Curveball inside, little flinch. I think did he get hit too?
It looks like he did because he didn't have a full count on that one. So
he kind of pulled his left elbow away at the last second. I just was getting away from the baseball, but they said he was hit. So 2 players on now for Roswell. Third in the order, Noah Lynn. So 2 Lynn brothers back to back. This Lynn is the junior, batting .439 on the season. He's got 25 hits, 23 RBIs, 6 doubles, and 4 home runs. Got one last night as well. They got to watch out for his swinging bat.
But he has struck out 10 times in this season.
Went 3 for 3 last night. That 3 RBI homer, 2 singles, and a walk. First pitch coming from Martinez. Fastball just barely misses the outside corner for the ball. Runners at first and second. Roswell wearing the red uniforms, white trim and gray pants. Eagles at the gold tops, white pants and black hats.
Yeah, one of the problems that Hobbs had was they would load up the bases, Roswell would.
Curveball inside. A nice hard yank on the ball. It goes out towards the third baseline and foul up the wall right next to the Hobbs Eagle dugout. And looked like Coach Lujan was going to try to bare hand that one, but that was a zinger. And he's got a smiling back at Coach Boyle there in the dugout as he knows if he would have tried to put a hand on ball, that would not have been pretty. 1-1 count now. Martinez looks back at second. Checking that runner. A lot of messing around going on by the Montez, the second baseman, running back and forth between the bag and back out towards the between first and second. Pitch high and inside for ball 2. 2-1 count to Noah Lynn. Isaac Loya, the cleanup man for Roswell, due up next. Here comes the 2-1. Curveball well outside and popping hard as Hernandez going off to the right side of the first baseline after you make the catch behind the plate. Looked like he might want to try to throw somebody out there at second, but holds on to the ball.
Definitely, and definitely don't want to make any more throws than you have to.
Count goes to 3-1. As Lynn getting up ahead of the count. Not a type of guy that's going to take a walk if the ball's even close here. Curveball inside. This is going to go long towards left field. Should be inside the post. Waiting to see what the call is. Does it go out? Yep, it does go out. Coach Lujan, of course, pointing it in for Roswell, but he's not the guy behind the plate. It looked like it might stay in for a while, but what do you say? Wind's about 10, a little bit over 10, 15 miles per hour tonight?
I think that was just so close that the wind did make a difference on that one, and it just barely went out.
Full count now. Definitely made some good contact, though, as Martinez comes back with a high fastball, and taking it for a walk is Lynn. So 3 batters up, 3 on base now for Roswell. They are loaded, and that's going to bring up the cleanup man, Isaac Loya. Loya, the senior, at .351 this season. He has 7 RBIs on 20 hits. 19 runs have scored for him. He's got the most on the team there. 7 doubles and 1 triple.
He's also got 16 strikeouts for the season. And once again, they've got the bases loaded.
Big jam here for Hobbs as Martinez trying to dig out of it. Little sinker action, hits low. And knocking around on the ground a little bit is Hernandez just to see what the runner on Chano might do there at third, and he stays very close to the base.
Yeah, unless it goes to the backstop, I don't see anybody advancing a base.
Yeah, with no outs, just keep your bases, and a single will get you somebody in. The fastball inside, hit hard on the ground to short Fuentes, as he's going to go ahead and knock off the runner at third. The run will score from third, and that will sit down Eli Lynn. So a fielder's choice, but a run scores off the bat of Isaac Loya. And that will be on Chano getting through for Roswell, 1-0 early.
Yeah, Hobbs did not want to start this way, but here we are.
1 down, 1-0 score. Quick recycle on the pitching. Curveball inside and holding on. No swing on the bat for Jacob Palomino. He's the starting pitcher for Roswell, batting .311. He's got 14 hits this season, 7 RBIs, 3 doubles, and a triple. Waggling the bat behind that right ear. Runners at first and second. Curveball, little late swing. Palomino comes up underneath it for the strike on the swing. Count goes to 1-1. Slated for 2 here, the doubleheader at Sportsman's Park. Martinez taking a little bit more time on the windup here. Fastball down the middle for the strike as Palomino held on that one. And now getting ahead in the count is Martinez at 1-2. Force out at third. He's going to fire quickly on the next pitch, a low one, and it goes off the bat and behind the plate. They could hit the batter as well, so called out by the umpire. And that will be strike 3. Will send Palomino to the dugouts.
That's good because that will increase Martinez's strikeouts now for the season. I believe it's at 35.
Good jump up there by the umpire. Made a quick call so everybody knew exactly what was going on there. 5th in the order, Rico Lujan. Make that 6th in the order, the DH.
Correction, 33.
Rico was 2 for 2 in last night's game. Couple of singles, runs, and a walk. DH in that game as well. Fastball comes down. Lunging over the top of it is Lujan for the strike.
Strikeout will get him out of this inning with just 1, and that, considering yesterday what happened, is not a bad deal.
Roswell had 5 hits through 2 innings in that game yesterday. Curveball inside, and again jumping ahead of the plate underneath this. The ball was Lujan. Now facing an 0-2 count on the swing.
Yeah, that swing, he didn't have much on it, but he couldn't stop it either.
And he did score 2 runs in that game last night. Shifting right is Hernandez, a catcher, right down the middle of the fastball. This will get plunked out to center field on the roll. RBI single. They're going to send 2 runners. Very dangerous call by Coach Lujan, but the runner gets down low and slides headfirst into home for the 2nd run score. So a 2 RBI single converted by Rico Lujan.
Yeah, it's all about location. The catcher did get the ball, but he was so far off the base that he could not get back in time for the tag out.
So 2-run score. That's Noah Lynn and Isaac Loya. So 3-0. Roswell jumping out quickly in this one. They were up 1-0 in first inning yesterday and then went up 6-0 after 5 runs in the second. 2 outs for the Eagles with a runner at first. Sinker comes down and barely meets the left side of the plate. Time called by Hernandez after scooping up the catcher for the Eagles and wants to go talk to Martinez on the mound.
Sometimes that means that the pitch that was thrown wasn't the one that he wanted and wasn't expecting it. He was able to corral it, like you said, but yeah, just making sure that they're on the same page.
Savino Sanchez at the plate. He is 7th in the order for Roswell, the second baseman. Got on with a single in his last at bat last night, went 1 of 2. Also got hit by a pitch and scored after that. Open up with a strikeout.
Yeah, Sanchez has got under 300 batting average so far.
Fastball and a golf swing and go outside the third baseline with a backhand for the Eagles by Gonzalez there at third, but in foul territory in front of the coach's box. So evens up the count at 1-1. See what, Carlsbad got a win last night in their first game of their series with Clovis, right?
Correct, they did, and it was a pretty good game. It was close, closer than I expected it.
Curveball inside, getting down on a knee at third is the Eagles' Gonzalez. Fires it across to first, kind of a low shot, and getting up on top of the baseball and making a nice stomp was Alvarado, saving that from hitting the base and rolling past first. But that'll be the third and final out for Roswell on the ground out over there to third base. And a nice pickup by Gonzalez. Well, Roswell did get some points or runs on the board. They did get 1 hit. 3 runs come across. They leave 1 on base. As we go to the bottom of the first, it's the Coyotes 3, your Hobbs Eagles nothing. We're back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
All right, welcome back to live action here at Veterans Memorial Complex, where Hobbs is facing Roswell in Game 2 of a doubleheader today. We've just started the first inning, and Hobbs, unfortunately, wasn't able to stop Roswell from scoring 3 at the top of the first. But you know what? Now they're going to be batting up, so we're going to see if they can get any some action as they wasn't able to do last night. And with the call, as your friend, Ty Friend.
Jacob Palomino on the mound for Roswell in this one. He's got a record of 0-0 at this point, no wins or losses, 2.47 ERA. It's his 7th game, the same amount of games that Martinez has had for the Eagles in his start tonight for Hobbs. Bottom of the first inning, 3-0. Roswell getting with 1 hit in the top of the first. Starting out for the Eagles, Juan Camacho, the center fielder, in that top slot.
Camacho has been doing pretty well. Hopefully he'll improve on his batting average at this one up.
Takes the first pitch, a fastball, swing and a miss. A lot of mustard on that throw by Palomino. Camacho comes in at .250 this season. He's got 12 hits, 11 RBIs, scored 15 times, 1 double and 2 triples. Eagles is a team at .251. They came into yesterday's game at .250, so they did improve by .01 in terms of their batting average. Or actually, no, they dropped 1, excuse me. They were .250 coming into yesterday, and now or .251 and dropped to .250.
Fouled that one off.
0-2 pitch, curveball, swing and a miss, and that's already going to sit down Camacho. Quick work for Palomino on the mound. First K of the ball game. And that brings up Gerardo Gonzalez. Gerardo Gonzalez yesterday was second in the order as well. He flew out to center and left, went 0 for 2 at the plate. Gonzalez for the season, in terms of Hobbs Eagle hitting, has a .205 batting average. Total of 8 hits, 6 RBIs, 10 runs scored, and a single and triple apiece. Palomino with the windup in the throw. Fastball down the middle, blowing outside for ball 1. Eagles managing only 4 hits in that game. Nobody with multiple hits against Roswell. Last year, of course, Roswell winning 2 out of the 3 of the series.
And we were talking about the fact that they didn't get walked either.
Late swing on this one off the end of the bat, just barely foul outside the first baseline. Midway up the outfield there on the right side. Good contact. Just didn't get the complete rotation of the bat that time. Just kind of came off the end of it, but just enough that almost floated it down that first baseline. Just barely the wind took it off to the right just a bit.
Right, and if you're a really good hitter, you already know if once it hits the bat and makes contact, you can tell if it's going to be a good hit or a bad hit. At least most good batters do.
Luke Parrish third and Alvarado fourth in the order for the Eagles upcoming. 1-1 count. Here comes Palomino. Fastball, swing and a miss. And when he puts it down the middle, he's putting a lot of ump behind it. So that'll be a strike there for Gonzalez. Now 1-2.
Just needs to keep that eye on the ball and see if he can get contact on this one.
Palomino with a fastball at the middle of the bat, going to go high in the air. It's kind of curving towards foul territory on the right side. It does bounce 3 of the Roswell Coyotes out there. Nobody really communicating. The ball drops right between all 3 of them there. And kind of gave up at the last second. Not sure, maybe they didn't have it spotted up in the air. Not a sun issue here today for sure. Exactly. Overcast skies. Should be getting down around 62 tonight. Tomorrow's going to be a mess. 50-degree high with thunderstorms throughout the area. So thankfully we're not playing any of those games tomorrow morning in Hobbs.
Yeah, it may have been a factor of the wind, but they just could not get underneath it. Couldn't figure out where it was going, and by the time they did, it was just already hitting the ground. 1
ball and 2 strike to Gonzalez, second in the order for the Eagles, trailing 3-0 here in the bottom of the first. Here's the windup in the throw from Palomino. Fastball high and outside for ball 2, evens up the count.
Yep, pitcher had that in his back pocket. He could use that and see if he chased. Luckily, the batter did not.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Palomino comes back quickly. Fastball high, swing and a miss, and that'll be strike 3 for Gonzalez. So already 2 Ks in the column for Jacob Palomino on the mound for Roswell. Eagles need to make some contact. Luke Parrish now, who was the starting pitcher yesterday, got relieved midway through the game, so didn't get a chance to bat. But when he does bat, he does make some contact for the Eagles, and definitely got to give him credit for that. He's 417 on the season. 5 hits, 3 runs, and 6 RBIs. As he waits for the first pitch from Palomino, has a couple of doubles to his name and a home run, one of 2 total for the Eagles. He's got one of them. The other is Alvarado. Xavier takes the first pitch, and it's swing and a miss for strike 1.
Yeah, let's see if he can produce some more with that 417 average.
Fastball inside, low, and it's going to take a foul hop over to Coach Boyle with a one-hand hop. Able to get a grab on that one and flicks it back to his next at bat. Alvarado there in the batter circle. 0-2 count now. Having to protect the plate is Parrish. Here comes the pitch from Palomino. Fastball low and outside for ball 1. The Eagles have done a pretty good job this season of watching pitches. They've been able to pick up 113 walks in the season. 117 strikeouts. A little bit more in that category, but right now they're worried about getting some base runners here with 2 down. Fastball low shot went between the legs of the catcher for Roswell, Eli Lynn. Or correction, yeah, it was Eli Lynn. Had my stats from yesterday. I was looking at the wrong chart there, but it's definitely the same guy behind the plate.
Exactly.
With 3 Lyns on the team, though, they're going to be out there somewhere. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Palomino returns with the fastball at the middle of the bat, out towards right center. This should take a drop, and does between both outfielders for a single. So Parrish gets a base runner for the Eagles. Definitely something you want to see at this point, down 3-0. Parrish had a 46% on-base percentage. It's one of the top 5 on the team, so definitely where you need to be to get back in a game you're trailing.
Exactly, and Xavier Alvarado is up next. He was actually the player of the game yesterday. I mean, it wasn't much of a game, but still, he did the best of all of them, and let's see if he can drive this in for a run or 2.
Alvarado comes into this game in terms of batting at .319, 15 hits, 15 runs, 22 RBIs, number 1 in that category, 8 doubles, and a homer. He's one of those 2 homers, along with Parrish. Takes the first pitch down the middle for the strike, and is one of the lefties for the Eagles.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, he is hitting at .250, but maybe he can improve his average at this game.
Curveball inside will take a bounce towards second, between first and second. Turn and firing to first on the connect for Roswell with Sanchez over to Noah Lynn, and that's out number 3 off the 4-3. So the Hobbs Eagles do manage one hit. One on base was Parrish off the single. Does not get a chance to come around, so left one on. We go to the top of the second. Roswell holding on to a 3-0 lead over your Hobbs Eagles. Back in 60 seconds, live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and Cool 95.7's Facebook page.
We're back, and let's go ahead and get into the action with Ty Friend.
Hobbs trailing 3-0 here, top of the second. Roswell at the plate. They had a hit in the first inning. Pitts goes low, hits the plate, bounces off trampoline styles. Hernandez just has to see where it's going to go behind there, and they have to get a new baseball in the game. At the bat is Luke Bogle. He's 8th in the order, the right fielder. Bogle was not at the plate yesterday, did not play in that game against the Eagles. Fastball down the middle, cracks hard in the middle of the bat. It's going to go foul behind us here in the backstop zone over the top of the press box.
Yep, otherwise known as Souvenir Land.
Rico Lujan was the one that got the 2 RBI single for Roswell, first scoring of the game for the Coyotes. 1-1 count. Here comes the pitch from Martinez. Curving inside, a knuckler. Almost looked like it hit the fist there, right fist of the batter Bogle, but it must have hit the handle instead and goes foul. Left side backstop, 2-1 count now. Lucero, bottom of the order for Roswell to get through their first row of batteries. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Martinez. Fastball a little low for ball 3, so cutting it close here. As Bogle will have a pitch to burn if he wants to watch one here, but Roswell really racked up the hits then that second inning yesterday where they got 5 runs scored on top of it to take a 6-0 lead heading into the third. Curveball clips the outside corner, and already Bogle was running up the first baseline and flipped his bat towards the dugout. And he's going to have to come back and rewind it because umpire had a surprise for him on the strike call.
Exactly. He was all ready to get to first base, thought he was had his ticket to go, and instead just flipped his bat and had to go get it.
Of course, the first 3 at-bats in the top of the first, all getting on base. It was bases loaded against the Eagle defense. Here's the full count pitch now for Martinez. The windup in the throw, fastball, and barely clips off the handle, called dead by the umpire, rolls up the first baseline, went foul first, hit the batter as well, as he did make some contact with the bat, though, so was not hit by the pitch.
Right.
But stays alive at the plate, does Bogle. Already 2 hit batters so far to start the game. Anchondo and Lynn, Eli Lynn, both getting freebies, and then a walk after that to Noah Lynn. So Martinez trying to come on the comeback trail here. Here's the 3-2. Fastball, little flinch, and boy, taking a big breath there was the Bogle as, boy, I think he should have been swinging the bat on that one, and Hobbs fans weren't too keen about the call. That's a walk to Bogle. Second walk of the ball game for Roswell, and now runner at first. Adrian Lucero now the third baseman, 9th in the order for the Coyotes. He did not play yesterday either on the offensive lineup.
And he doesn't have a batting average yet. He has not bet.
Martinez did a great job on the
nice
fake pitch and throws it over to first and gets the runner off. An easy tag out there. Wait for that ball throw. Alvarado with the tag on top of the runner, biting off more than he could chew. Bogle, and a good job of starting to wind it up there was Martinez, and flinched just a bit to get that runner to step off the bag too much. So 1 down here for Roswell. Then a high fastball outside, making Hernandez jump up behind the plate to pull that one down from the catch position.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, I caught him off guard at first, and it looked like he was off guard at the bat when he thought that was a fourth ball.
Curveball inside, comes hard to third on the ground, pulled up by Gonzalez. Throw is right on time to the middle of the glove of Alvarado for out number 2. That off the 5-3.
And if Hobbs can get out of this without a hit and nobody on base, basically, it will give him a little more confidence, and hopefully he'll be able to drive some of those bats to make some contact.
Roswell getting a run last night's game, first inning, 5 in the second, 3 in the third, and 1 in the fifth for the Mercy Rule 10-0 victory.
And they've scored every inning since they've been playing so far this year against Hobbs.
Martinez going to fire the low pitch fastball. Goes between the legs of Hernandez, able to put those knees together to block it, though. Top of the order, Emmanuel Anchondo. He was hit by a ball in the first inning. Got a run eventually for the first score of the game for Roswell as he looks over to Coach Lohan for last second instructions. 1 ball to no strikes. Martinez comes back with a fastball. Ooh, boy, close to the outside corner. Not sure where the discrepancy was on that pitch. Count to 2-0 off the ball.
Now, Anchondo has struck out 10 times this season. Hopefully we're looking for number 11.
Back to a fastball, a little bit more inside this time for the strike, as holding on it was Anchondo. Both Lynns, Eli and Noah, second and third of the order, due up next if they get that far with 2 down. No runners on the bags there for Roswell. Curve it inside, a knuckler is going to go right to short to Fuentes, turns and fires, and stretching out for the catch was Alvarado for out number 3. It looked like Fuentes out there kind of shook his head real quick as he was throwing the ball. I wasn't sure if that was going to get on target there, but it zinged right over to Alvarado for that third and final out. Bogle did get on with the walk, but no hits. 1 left on the bases as we get no runs to score for Roswell. Down to the bottom of the second. Still 3-0 Coyotes. Back with us in 30 seconds live on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
All right, live action back here again at Veterans Complex Memorial as we're looking at a 3-0 game. Bottom of the second with Hobbs still trailing, but they did goose egg Roswell in the second, so maybe there's hope as they're coming up to bat. And here is Ty Friend with the call.
Eagles just 5th in the order at their second at bat. Cole Kestner did not play yesterday. He is the DH in this game in the 5th slot. Eagles again trailing 3-0. Kestner batting .370 this season. Best numbers on the team, or second best behind Parrish. Cracks it hard out towards left field on the curveball. Takes a little time for it to come down, and a one-hand glove catch there on the left field by Anchondo for out number 1 on the fly out by Kestner. That was some quick pitching going on there before he didn't have a chance to get any numbers shot out there. I said Kestner .370, right behind Parrish. He had 10 hits up to that point and 4 RBIs with 3 doubles, but unfortunately fly out on the first there. Jaden Hernandez now the catcher for the Eagles up to the plate. He's batting .237, fastball way outside for ball 1. Hernandez with a total of 9 hits this season, like to make it double digits here. 4 RBIs, 7 runs, and 1 triple to his name. Here's the windup in the throw coming from Palomino. Fastball outside again for ball 2. Good eye for Jaden Hernandez. He is 6th in the order.
Now, it looks like Palomino's trying to see if Hernandez is going to chase, and so far he has not.
He's got 18 walks this season, which is the best on the Eagles squad offensively, of course, and possibly 19 here. Another one outside, this one a little bit lower for ball 3. He'll take a peek over to Coach Boyle there at third base. Does Hernandez. He's got some pitches to burn here if you like. 3-0 count. Expect a fastball coming from Palomino. Turns and fires. Fastball high. That should be ball 4, and it is. It'll send Hernandez to first on the freebie. First walk of the game. Hobbs opened up with 2 strikeouts, so it's payback time for the Eagles offense. Jason Fuentes, the shortstop, 7th in the order, comes into the game at 180. He's got 9 hits, 11 RBIs, 12 runs scored, and a double. I've been talking a lot about Hobbs hitting last night. There just wasn't much to discuss, only 4 hits total.
Right.
Fuentes went 0 for 2 with a few flyouts, left and right.
Yeah, they didn't do a whole lot in Santa Fe. They did get a lot of runs, but they just didn't get a whole lot of hits. But that was because of patience.
Of course, last night against Roswell in that first game, 10-0. Fastball on outside, so balls keep coming outside the plate on the right there for the pitcher Jacob Palomino. And count now 1-0 to Fuentes.
Not sure if he's trying to get something done, maybe sneak it in the corner, or it's just not coming out right. Not sure.
Montez and Armendariz to round out the order for the Eagles. Curveball off the middle of the bat, going to go high in the air towards right center. Shifting over is Bogle and makes a one-hand catch with the glove, and that will be out number 2. So Hobbs with a couple of flyouts here in the bottom of the second. 1 to left and 1 to right. Christian Montez going to try to get some hitting going here. The second baseman comes in at .340 this season, 3rd best batting average for the Eagles. Total of 17 hits, which is the best on the team at this point. Also has a total of 13 RBIs, 18 runs scored, which also is the best on the team, and 3 doubles. So definitely a guy that will get on the base for it. Curving inside and fouled straight over the top of the backstop, out of play. Montez yesterday was 1 of 2 at a single. Only got to the plate twice. 0-1 count after the foul off by Montez. Runner at first is Jaden Hernandez, got on due to a walk. Here comes the 0-1 pitch for Palomino. Little changeup action inside. A swing and a miss for Montez. And the count 0-2.
Well, hopefully we'll do like we did in the first inning. It took us 3 batters before we got somebody on with a hit. Maybe Montez can do that now.
Of course, last night Roswell has dirt between the bases in the infield. They have the dirt mound, of course, and the dirt at the home plate. Hobbs with the field turf. Fastball on the middle, slap job over to short. Pulled up by Loya. Did not tag second. Instead throws to first to get the final out. It looked like he might run towards the second bag. He was real close to the second bag, but the run was pretty quick there for the Eagles to get to second, so he threw to first instead. And so Hernandez did get to second, but throws out Montez at first off a 6-3. But the Eagles do manage to get 1 on base on a walk. No hits, no runs scored, leave 1 on. We head to the top of the 3rd. Roswell up 3-0 over the Eagles. Back in 60 on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Welcome back to Baseball Action as we go ahead and give thanks to our sponsors. The following are the Coffee House, Lasco Construction, Forest Tire, TDS, Hobbs Express, The Model, Thriftway, Lee County State Bank, Elite Home Healthcare, Inamar Pipeline, First American Bank of Hobbs, Hydrotech Services, Ampersand Media, and Divine Energy. Thank you very much for your support. Now we're back to action as we got Roswell coming up, and with the call, here is Ty Friend.
3-0 score here in this one. Roswell up by the 3. Both teams with only 1 hit apiece. Luke Parrish got a single for Hobbs, and for Roswell it was Rico Lujan's 2 RBI single. Roswell second in the order now, second time at the plate. Eli Lynn, the catcher, hit by a pitch in inning number 1 as he continues to face the pitching of Martinez. Fastball right down the pike for the strike as Lynn watched it.
Yep.
At this point in yesterday's game, it was 6-0 going to the bottom of the 3rd. We're in the top of the 3rd now. So Hobbs, half of that at this point in the deficit category. Curveball inside, a golf swing, get some air on it, but it's going to go foul left and out of play. I think it might have got over the wall there on the left side, but not a complete follow-through swing though, but got enough oomph on it that get very close to that wall and legal territory there.
Exactly. At least got it on the right side of the bat. Luckily, though, it did not stay fair.
And it's also an 0-2 count now to Eli Lynn, so he's definitely going to be having to watch pitches around the plate. Here's the windup for the throw for Martinez. Fastball high for ball one. Kind of changing it up just a little bit there to make Eli Lynn second guess where the ball's coming.
Hobbs is going to need to step off on their defense. So far, Roswell has held him scoreless in the last 7 innings.
1-2 count. Martinez taking a little bit more breathing time here. Turns and fires a fastball. A little late swing off the handle. Going to go towards the JV field on the right side. And almost took off the head of a couple little kids out there that weren't paying attention. And all of a sudden this missile's coming towards him. Right near the third base fence there at the JV field. Also in action as well. 1-2 count now to Eli Lynn, second in the order for the Coyotes. His brother due up next, Noah Lynn. Martinez taking a lot more time between pitches. Goes a fastball, and it's zapped right back to Martinez. Pulls up that hand and then flings it over to Alvarado on the 1-3 for out number one. And thought that had a lot more velocity on it than it did. He just barely flips his glove up there and makes the snag, and that's all there was to it. He didn't look like he flinched a bit. He even stayed up on top of the hill that time.
In most cases, that's just a reflex. You know, you see it hit back, and you hope if you hold your glove in the right spot, it'll bounce right to it. It did. And all he had to do then is just flip it over to first, and that was an easy out.
Again, Noah Lynn, who's up next. Perfect yesterday, 3 for 3 of that 3 RBI homer. Fastball, and he's definitely got some power. He does get contact. This is going to go foul off the first base side over the fence. And rolling back to that JV field once again. So this kid definitely has got the power on the team, Noah Lynn. Football coach's son, of course.
It's starting to look like Martinez is getting a little more comfortable on the mound and being able to throw pitches he wants to.
Okay, he's taking a lot more time between these pitches. Get the batter to think about it just a bit. Lynn has a 54% on-base percentage on the season. Takes a fastball on that one, just watching it, and the strike. He's got a slugging percentage of 75%, so that means he's going to give you some extra bases and some power. Definitely has the body form for it as well. Grown man out there on the plate. 0-2 count, though, he's facing against Martinez. Curve it inside, and he gets a good yank. This is going to go left and foul. Now, that would have been straight out just a little bit. That would have stayed on that third baseline and probably would have hit the wall, or at least taken it on a roll there. And that would have taken a few minutes for Alvarado, or make it Armendariz, to get over there and make the play. But still holding on with an 0-2 count. Contact being made by Lynn. But Martinez holding on as well for the Eagles on the mound. 1 down, 3-0 Roswell lead. Curve it inside. A little late of a swing that time for Lynn, and Hernandez goes ahead and makes a tag on his back just in case they had any contact on the bat that time, and gets the tag regardless. So that will sit down Lynn on the strikeout. And that's bringing up Isaac Loya. He is the cleanup man who got on due to a fielder's choice, eventually scored a run, third run of the game for Roswell in that first inning. So we'll get a chance for him to get up to the plate.
It looked like Noah Lynn just had the intention of swinging on that third pitch, no matter what happened, or that pitch anyway.
Loya had an RBI single last night. Takes the first fastball a little low for ball one. Martinez gets the ball back quickly from Hernandez.
Loya has 16 strikeouts so far this season.
Curveball inside and hits his outside left leg. Hit by pitch. Third time that's happened for Roswell. And Chondo, Eli Lynn, and Isaac Loya all been hit on that outside, either shoulder or leg. And now the runner first. He's trying to kind of work it out there. Loya is at first. Walking up the first base line behind the plate. Kind of jumping up and down a little bit, working the muscle out. And now Jacob Palomino, the starting pitcher. He struck out. First K of the game for Roswell back in the first inning.
Yeah, that was Loya's 6th time getting hit by a pitch this season.
2 down for the Eagles, force out at second. They trail 3-0 here in the bottom, or making the top of the third. Both teams with just 1 hit apiece so far. Martinez looks back at first a couple of times. Time called. Both umpires reacting quickly on that one.
Yep.
Palomino is 5th in the order. Of course, Lujan's up next. He got a good slug in that first inning, a 2 RBI single. Fastball kind of floating down. Ooh, just barely dropped beneath the strike zone. Some oohs and ahs from the Hobbs Eagle fans. Thought that should have been strike 3 on a watch there by Palomino. But he stays alive with the 1-0. Shifting right is Hernandez, the catcher. Quick throw to first. Runner back in time for Loya.
Well, the count's only 1-0.
Yeah, we had to board off a little bit there. My problem there.
Happens to the best of us.
1 ball and no strikes. Just don't let it happen to you, Ron, or I'll bring it up. Curveball outside will be ball 2. And Hernandez is just trying to keep that in his glove. Dangerously getting close to wild pitches there and does not want that runner to advance to second. 2-0 count now to Palomino. Martinez turns and fires. Curve it inside. Late swing and to go towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout in the left, bouncing off the wall. Coach Lujan thought about going after that one, but took kind of a curve right to that dugout left.
Yep, Loya has to run back to first to get back in position.
Of course, we had mentioned last year, Roswell winning 2 of the 3 games in the series between the teams. Roswell won the first one 9-8. Lost game 2 to the Eagles 8-1, and then won game 3 12-11. Fastball down low for ball 3.
Yeah, that second game was windy, and Hobbs was able to get back into it. But the third game, just too many mistakes, unfortunately.
There was only 2 hits apiece in that second game, too. But some big hits from Makai Brewer. Hit 2 home runs, the only hits for the Eagles in that one, and 7 RBIs for him. So he definitely was cranking it and just matched the hitting of Roswell to get the 8-1 win. That was game 2 last year. Fouled off on the next pitch. Full count now for Palomino. With 2 down, throw to first, and a tag on the butt, but not in time, as trying to come from behind is Alvarado. Try to slam in the butt of Loya, but he gets back.
Yeah, he was a little closer than the last time that Hobbs was able to tag out a runner at first.
We barely saw any throws to first last night in terms of not stuff that's, that wasn't hit in the field somewhere. Full count pitch coming from Martinez. Curveball hits the outside corner. They're going to say a little bit outside, and that will be called a ball and a walk for Palomino. So 3rd walk for the Coyotes here as we're into the 3rd inning. And runners at first and second. Force out at third for the Hobbs Eagle defense, and bringing up Rico Lujan, the only hit of the ball game so far with a 2 RBI single back in the 1st inning, the DH. He's one of the bulkier kids out here with some power for Roswell.
Yep, 12 strikeouts. He's been hit by a pitch 1 time this season.
In the same position yesterday, DH. He had 2 singles, 2 for 2 and a walk and 2 runs. Martinez goes a fastball. This is going to carry out to left center. Backpedaling for the Eagles, and a one-hand glove catch there for Armendariz, the left fielder, shifting a little bit to the right to make the catch. And that'll be a fly out for out number 3 against Rico Lujan. So Roswell did get a runner on. Couple runners on, hit by pitch and walk. No hits, though. Leave 2 on base, no runs scored. We head to the bottom of the 3rd for your Hobbs Eagle offense, down 3-0. We're back live in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
All right, welcome back to live action here at Veterans Memorial Complex, where the Hobbs Eagles are facing the Roswell Coyotes, first of 2 in the doubleheader that's going on today. Of course, action's going to be right here. You can just continue to watch if you want. And, we're going to be watching as the batters come up, and we're going to get the call from our friend, Ty Friend.
Roswell 3, Hobbs nothing. Bottom of the 3rd, Saul Armendariz next up for the Eagles, and this will be the 9th in the order. So Hobbs getting through 1 battery of guys at the plate. Armendariz comes in at .250 this season, has 11 hits, 6 RBIs, 14 runs scored, which is second best on the team there, and also 3 doubles to his name. Armendariz had 1 of 2 hitting yesterday, a double and a steal, stolen base for Hobbs. Down 3-0 though, bottom of the 3rd. Eagles were down 6-0 at the end of the 3rd last night. Fastball on outside from Palomino for the ball. Yeah, Roswell with that big second inning yesterday. There was 5 runs coming across to put them up 6-0. That was actually the bottom of the second, I should say. It was 9-0 at the end of the third. Fastball, good crank on it towards third, bobbled for a second, and could come up with the ball was Lucero. Hard hit. He tried to web it underneath the ball and kind of batted it kind of like one of those ping pong balls that time, and he kind of flicked it to himself in the air, got a grip on it, threw it anyway. Go ahead and call that a single, looks like the scorers here, so that will be a single for Saul Armendariz to make it the second hit of the ball game for the Eagles.
So, yeah, it was one of those misjudgments. Just couldn't quite corral it, but he did make sure it didn't get past him, so that was one of the reasons why it wasn't anything more than just a single.
Yeah, good hard shot there from Armendariz. Top of the order now for the Eagles for the second time. Juan Camacho with a strikeout to start the game. He's showing bunt. Low pitch, a stolen base on the way, and that's going to be counted for Armendariz as he'll get to go to second. Good speed there on the bases for Armendariz.
Yeah, catcher lost the ball, couldn't even attempt to pick him off at second, as you're right. He did get that second base stolen.
Yeah, I don't think it would have mattered either because he was already past the halfway point before that ball was really bobbled by the catcher Eli Lynn, and something must have hit him or underneath the mask there. He's taking a time to get his helmet adjusted here behind home plate. Back in the box comes Juan Camacho. Camacho does have 11 RBIs this season, which is third best on the team. He's tied with Fuentes for 11. Takes the first pitch, a fastball, a little low for ball 2. 2-0 count now to Juan Camacho. Gonzalez, Parrish, and Alvarado, 2 through 4 in the order, due up next.
And Camacho also has a double and 2 triples.
Palomino looks back at second, turns and fires a fastball, check swing. They said he did go around on it for the strike. Little high pitch there as Camacho tried to get up on the ladder, but couldn't make any contact. Count to 2-1.
Now he's got to be very smart about this one. He's got to keep it alive if he can't just get it out into play.
Armendariz with a big lead off at second for the Eagles. Palomino going to fire the fastball outside for ball 3, so getting well ahead of the count now is Camacho. Takes a quick look over to Coach Boyle there at third base. Eagles usually pretty aggressive on the bases, too. I definitely need to get some runs on the scoreboard, down 3-0. Curveball, check swing again, and they're going to give him the walk. He got lucky. Roswell fans are not too happy on that one. Fact is, he jogged up the first baseline. Camacho kept looking back to the ump to make sure what the call was, but that will be a walk regardless for the Eagles. That is their second pickup on walks in this ball game. Now runners at first and second. The tying run at the plate, Ron, Gerardo Gonzalez.
Exactly, and this is what Hobbs would like to see. If not tie the game, at least get back into it somehow. They want to be competitive about this. Plus, they want to get rid of those goose eggs. They've had 7 innings in a row against this Roswell team, and they have not been able to score.
6 RBIs for Gonzalez. A double would make another one for him if he could get it here. Struck out back in the first inning for the second out.
It has one double and 1 triple.
Palomino fastball, swing and a miss. A little late on that one for Gonzalez. That almost went inside the glove of Eli Lynn, the catcher for the Coyotes.
It looked like he was swinging for the fences on that one. Just took everything he can on that cut.
Coach Boyle making a signal, and they were checking their armbands out there on the bases. So trying to be a little aggressive there to try to get some scoring positions for the Eagles. Palomino back up on the rubber, turns and fires. Fastball, showing bunt for a second was Gonzalez and pulled out of it. Ball was called a strike, and runners get back to their bases. Actually, a ball call, a little high for ball 1.
Yeah, just didn't like where the ball was positioned. Otherwise, he may have tried for that bunt.
Force out would be a third for Roswell. No outs, though, here in the bottom of the third. 3-0. Roswell getting all 3 of their runs in the first. Palomino go with the fastball bunt, but it's going to go right above our heads here, 3D style.
Yep.
And yesterday we had Roswell's field. We were right behind the net, right up on top of the field there, and didn't have any of those coming directly at our face. That probably would have knocked our camera out last night.
I know we were already having trouble with the net and the wind and everything else. We did not need a ball hit to add on to our problems.
Yeah, the only second year of use of that field there at Roswell. Usually play at the fairgrounds, but now they're on campus. 1-2 pitch coming from Palomino. Fastball, holding on it was Gonzalez. Not a good decision. He takes the strikeout. Shook his head after the play, just wasn't ready for it. His second K of the game, and that's the third K off the pitching of Palomino. Third in the order now, Luke Parrish. He started the game off with a single back in the first inning. He's one of those guys that's going to try to juice your team up just a bit, and doesn't get a lot of at-bats. He plays pitcher most of the time, so that kind of keeps you out of the hitting lineup quite a bit, but when he does come on, he does make some impact.
I know he's scary strong at the bat. He was the only one of the two that has gotten a home run.
Fastball a little high for ball one. Popping up quickly was Eli Lynn. Very knowledgeable that he's got a couple of runners against him here at first and second for the Eagles. One down here in the bottom of the third. 1 ball, no strikes. Palomino facing Parrish. Fastball hits the bottom of the strike zone, and Parrish waited on it, got the strike call.
Yeah,
umpires having – Coach Boyle said something about the call there, and the umpire jumped down and said something about both ways, and he's calling it both ways. And, boy, nice little – I shouldn't say nice – a heated exchange between the ump and Boyle there at third. 1 ball and 1 strike. More of a delay now for Palomino. Fastball low and outside for ball 2, and nice slide to the right for Lynn to save that from going wild. Yeah, wild pitch there would have brought a runner to third and in scoring position for the Eagles.
Exactly. It would have been second and third, so 2 in scoring position technically.
Looks like that last play we were talking about being a hit was an error that they had on that one, so that one hit was taken back for the Eagles. That's Armendariz, I believe.
Rundown.
Yep, there's a rundown between first and second. Trying to get away from everybody is Camacho. They throw it home at the last second, and they get the tag out as Hobbs sent a runner home. And unfortunately, he's going to have to take a seat. That was Armendariz. Just getting done talking about him is that he did have thought it might be a hit, but they turned it into an error earlier from the shortstop. But he gets tagged out at home. They had the rundown between first and second. Kind of played around with that a little bit, did Roswell, then fired it home. And they sent the runner in Armendariz, and he pays the price. No run scored. And now 2 down for the Eagles. It'd be a shame if they can't come out with at least a run in this inning, Ron.
Exactly. They gambled, and they lost on that one. They thought they had an opportunity, and it was missed.
Late swing for Parrish. Gets a piece of the end of the bat there. Goes foul right over the backstop out of play. And you definitely can tell Parrish wants to get that runner home for the Eagles.
Exactly. And Luke has got 2 doubles to his name this season. Also has brought in 6 RBIs. This could be number 7.
Runner at second, 3-2 count, a little changeup. Hits the chest protector of Len, probably on purpose there. Bounces the ball in front of the plate. The runner is not stupid enough to go too far, and he gets back, does Camacho.
But that's going to be a walk for Luke.
So Parrish gets the 3rd walk of the game for the Eagles. And now the cleanup man, a guy you want to be in that position, Xavier Alvarado, did ground out to second for the final out of the first inning. But a whole new slate here for Alvarado. He does have 22 RBIs this season, which is the best on the team, well ahead of his teammates. Montez is second with 13, so 9 more than him. One of the lefties, too. With 2 outs, though, runners at first and second. Fastball bounces down low. The runner's going to go ahead and go to third. The throw to third not in time, off the left of the third bag. Quickly getting over there was Lucero, and almost a bad throw down that line from Eli Lynn behind the plate, but the runners do advance, so Hobbs now knocking on the door, second and third with runners, and down 3-0, but 2 outs. Got to keep this ball out of the infield. Don't want to get an easy tag out for the 3rd out.
Exactly, and do not want to leave anybody on base. They can't afford that.
Time called in the outfield. They're going to call the balk on Palomino, and that will score a run, Ron. The first of the game for the Eagles, as coming across the plate for Hobbs was Camacho.
Exactly, and now he's got to explain exactly what happened, and it's unfortunate. It doesn't happen very often. In fact, it's very few games that you can see a balk. But that one was a big-time balk, and it does run the score. Again, with those stolen bases, that helps with the score with 3-1.
Coach Lujan staying in the dugout, not going to contest that call. Still 1-0 count. Curveball inside, and sucking the gut in is Alvarado as it gets the ball to 2-0. Still a runner at third as well, Luke Parrish, who got on due to a walk. In fact, the Eagles have been walked twice and got on due to an error as well. So 3 out of their 4 at-bats, or gimmies, I guess you could say. Fastball low, outside for ball 3. So losing a little coverage on the ball now is Palomino, and getting way down on the count to Hobbs' Alvarado, 3-0.
You got to wonder if that balk has gotten into his head. He seems to be a little... Maybe he's overthinking it too much now.
Yeah, a lot of sinking action on the pitches going towards the plate. Here's the 3-0. Fastball. Get back in action with something like that. Is just waiting on it was Alvarado. Didn't feel the need to swing, but had a big jump on the count. 3-1 now, though, the lefty, Xavier Alvarado. 3-1 score here in the bottom of the 3rd in favor of Roswell. The windup and the throw inside. Fastball. And that will be a walk issued to Alvarado. So 3 walks here in this 3rd inning. That's the 4th of the ball game for Palomino. Took off his cap and is rubbing his head now as he knows he's starting to lose control a little bit here. That's going to bring up Cole Kestner, the DH. He flew out back in the second inning to left field. As Kestner will step up. Kestner playing a little catcher when he does get out on the starting lineup defensively. He is just a sophomore, but batting .370 on the season.
Yeah, and he would probably like to get his 4th double at this time, just to get a couple of RBIs as well.
Yeah, 4 RBIs on the season with that, and again, .370, best batting average on the team currently. Takes the fastball outside for ball 1, and getting a lot of work behind the plate the last few pitches has been Eli Lynn. As some of the pitches outside, time is called, and it looks like the coaching staff can have a discussion with Palomino, who's lost a little bit of his head here in the last about 4 or 5 pitches.
Right.
And does not want any more runs to come across. We'll take a quick break. It's 3-1. Roswell up on Hobbs. We'll come back in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
All right, we're back in action. Palomino still on the mound for the Roswell Coyotes for a little while longer anyway, as it is now 3-1, bottom of the 3rd. Here's the call with Ty Friend.
Now, Palomino doing a pretty good job with only 1 hit given up through about 2.5 innings, but then stuff is starting to fall apart just a bit. A balk, and then his pitches started going south near the plate. Throws a fastball, a little late swing there for Kestner. Hits it to the back, middle of the backstop behind him. Count goes to 1-1. The Eagles down 3-1 here in the bottom of the 3rd. Their only run scored in this inning, and that scored due to a balk. Hobbs picking up 3 walks here in the 3rd. Runner at 1st and 3rd for the Eagles. Fastball comes low and inside, ball 2. And then Eli Lynn just lets it bounce in front of him, out into the field of play, and runners aren't biting on that one, stay near their bags.
And both teams so far, not a lot of hits, only 2 for both put together, plus that error. So, yeah, it has been a cold bat so far in this game.
2-1 pitch, fastball, and a piece of it, but it's going to go foul towards the JV field on the right side. So staying alive at the plate is Cole Kestner. He's 5th in the order for the Eagles. Hernandez and Fuentes wanting a chance here to swing the bats in this 3rd. They have to get some extra balls thrown out to the umpire. You have a second game of the doubleheader coming up after this one, about 20, 30 minutes afterwards for Game 3 of the triple set. Hobbs on the road next week and at home for 1 game.
Yep, against Clovis.
Yep, 1 game Thursday at home and 2 on the road Friday at Clovis. 2-2 pitch, fastball off the handle. It's going to high in the air towards the first baseline behind it. And in foul territory to make the catch, just kind of put the basket underneath the ball. That was Noah Lynn out there and just let it kind of flop right into his glove. So unfortunately, the Eagles cannot get any hits in that inning, but they do score a run due to a balk. Problem is they leave 2 on base. 3-1 your score, Roswell. We'll come back to the top of the 4th. The Coyotes at the bat next here in 30 seconds.
All right, we are back live at Veterans Memorial Complex where Hobbs has scored 1, unable to get any more to come in. Bottom of the 3rd, so we're at the top of the 4th right now with Roswell coming up to bat. And for the call, here is Ty Friend.
3-1 score. Roswell scoring 3 in the 1st, Hobbs 1 in the 3rd. And the pitching number is pretty similar right now. Both teams with 1 hit apiece. Hobbs has had 3 strikeouts, 2 for Roswell. Hobbs with 4 walks, 3 for Roswell. And 3 left on base for the Eagles, 4 for the Coyotes. Coyotes at the plate.
And the pitch count is just almost the same. 53 for Hobbs and 51 for Roswell.
Sabino Sanchez, second time at bat. He's the second baseman, ground to third for the last out of the first inning. Curve comes inside and makes him slide back just a bit for the ball as Hernandez has to slide over for it. Eagles trying to even up their district record at 1-1, losing last night to Roswell 10-0 on the road. Carlsbad winning their first game of the series against Clovis. Curving inside, it looked like could have hit the ankle there for Sanchez, but I think it hit his bat first and it's kind of rolled down and plucked him on his right foot there. Count to 2-0 for Sanchez. Vogel and Lucero to close out the order for Roswell in the 8th and 9th spot. Here comes the 2-0 for Martinez. Fastball down the pike for the strike. As Sanchez deer in the headlights on that one as he takes a look over to Coach Lujan and shakes his head yes at third base. Martinez is going to take a little bit more time, hunches over, gets the call he likes with a shake of the head to Hernandez. The windup of the throw. Fastball low. Hard singer to Gonzalez. Puts his glove up in the last second, makes the catch in the air. Didn't move at all. Didn't shade left or right. He just put that robotic arm up there and right into the glove for him. But had to have some quick reflexes to pull that down.
Exactly. Just hope that your glove is in the right place at the right time. It was. He was able to snag it. I've had something like that hit to me, and I wasn't nearly as lucky as that was.
Yeah, that definitely could have got by him. A very good zinger put on by Hernandez, but it isn't out. Jason Fuentes now, 7th in the wrong side here. What am I talking about? That was Sabino Sanchez, reading the Hobbs numbers there. Luke Bogle up now, 8th in the order. Takes the first pitch low and outside for the ball. He walked back in the second inning. So nice defensive play for Gonzalez there at third.
And something that Hobbs did need.
Fastball clips the outside corner for Martinez for the strike. Evens up the count at 1-1 to Bogle. Only hit of the game for Roswell, the 2 RBI single. That was back in a very long first inning for Roswell. Or they had about 6 at bat in that inning. Here's the windup of the throw. Curve it inside. Late swinging to go towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Hits the batting circle and bounces over to Coach Lujan in the third base coach's box as he flicks it back over to the Hobbs Eagle dugout.
Yeah, just a little ahead of the baseball on that one and would like to have that one back or try again, and he will.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Hobbs coming in at 12th in the Max Preps poll before yesterday's game. 19 for Roswell. I think that might change a little bit unless Eagles come back with a couple of wins tonight. Fastball off the handle. It goes to the right, over the right backstop towards the JV field.
Yeah, their strength of schedule was very low as well as their ratings, so I know that's improved just a little bit just from that one game.
Yeah, for Roswell's win last night, which is a mercy rule too, 10-0. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Waggling the bat now is Bogle. Fastball outside for ball 2. Count goes to 2-2. Hobbs fans want that a strike call. Hear the both ways chant coming from some of the fans in black and gold. 2-2 count now for Martinez facing Bogle. Adrian Lucero due up next. 1 down, 3-1 Roswell, top of the 4th. Slated for 7 here at Sportsman's Park. Curve it inside and holding his ground is Bogle. Looked like it was going to start curving towards his knee, but he kept those spikes right in the field turf there and didn't flinch. Takes the ball call.
Looks like the wind is changing or changed positions. It's going from right to left now.
Full count now for Luke Bogle. Martinez takes his time, gets the call he wants from Hernandez. A little bit more stall as he brings the glove up to the chin. Curveball inside. Golf swing. Going to be a high shot to the shortstop. A couple of back pedals there for Fuentes and makes the catch. Got a little sun in his face, which has popped out here at Sportsman's Park. So the fly out going to Fuentes for out number 2.
Yeah, unsure if that would have actually been a ball call or not, but either way, it was swung on, hit, and called out, of course, because of the pop-up.
Bottom of the order for the second time, Adrian Lucero, the third baseman, who ground out over to third again. So a little work being done for Gonzalez in this game for the Hobbs Eagle defense. Fastball outside for Martinez on the first pitch to Lucero for the ball. Got JV action behind us here tonight. Don't forget this weekend, Gus Macker 3-on-3 basketball in downtown Hobbs. The weather going to be an issue tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see how that works. Curve inside. Another bouncer over to Gonzalez at third. Fires it across and zings it right to the glove of Alvarado on a 5-3 out number 3. So 2 flyouts, a ground out for Roswell. No hits, nobody on the bases, nobody scores. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Your home team, the Eagles, up next. They trail 3-1 to Roswell. Come back with this live at Sportsman's Park.
Welcome back to action here as we've got a close one against Roswell versus your Hobbs Eagles. They're trailing now only by 2 after a run in the third inning. We're getting at the bottom of the fourth right now. And for the call, here is Ty Friend.
Yeah, big difference in between last night's game, Ron. They had 12 hits, did Roswell. Only 1 so far, so Hobbs Eagle defense pretty much keeping Roswell at bay. The unfortunate part is Hobbs with only 1 hit. They had 4 last night, but it's still a close ball game, just 2 runs down to the Eagles, and at their home park, maybe get some energy from this home crowd here tonight.
Maybe, and they caught one stealing, and they've just been able to limit those bats.
Jaden Hernandez takes a curveball inside, takes a crack at it. It'll take a bounce to right center and pulled down by the center fielder, Toscano. He tries to relay it in, and a bad throw. The shortstop falls on his butt. The ball rolls past him down to third, but does not get enough time for Hernandez to take a run to second. But a single to start off for Jaden Hernandez. That gets the team back into a ball game, down by 2. And a courtesy runner going to check in. That's Gonzalez, Nick Gonzalez for the Eagles.
Exactly. As that happens, yeah, Hobbs looking for a little life. They could use at least 2 runs to tie the game. They, of course, would like to do more than that, get some damage in and get this lead.
Jason Fuentes, 7th in the order, flew to right field back in the second inning. Still 3-1 Roswell. Curveball. Brushing back Fuentes inside. He jumps back a little bit. Pogo's sticking it away from it with the 1-0 count. Montez Armendariz, 8th and 9th, due up next. Only hit of the game for Parrish and now Hernandez, singles each. Fastball outside and sliding over for it is Eli Lynn, saving it from going wild. We'll have a second game of the doubleheader coming up after this one, about 20 minutes after, for the third game of the series. That'll be it for them between the 2 teams and maybe the playoffs. Fastball low for ball. 3-0 count. Good eye for Fuentes.
Yes, once again, we've been talking about the fact that they do take those balls and do not swing at them any more than they have to and keep it to where they usually get to walk.
Second on the team in walks this season. Fuentes with 13 along with Gonzalez. Fastball high, make it 14 out for Fuentes as he picks up the W, and that's the 5th walk of the game, actually double B in the stats, but walk nonetheless. Runners at first and second now for the Eagles.
Yeah, there's runners on first and second, no outs, and there's still a little concern about Palomino, who hasn't really pitched as well as he would like to. He did get enough in that bottom of the third, but still, ever since that balk, he's been a little bit questionable.
Time was called. The catcher, Eli Lynn, goes out and talks to Palomino. And now the Eagles will bring up Christian Montez, who grounded short for the last out of the second inning. Montez has 13 RBIs, second on the team this season. And he'd get one for the double here. Fastball showing bunt, low pitch on the fast, and it will be a ball call there. Comes out of the box, looks over to Coach Boyle, does Montez. Coach is just trying to get these runners advanced here to get into scoring position, down 3-1. Hobbs did get a run due to a balk, but they were also thrown out at home as well on a rundown between first and second, and instead they went through at home at the last second and picked off our runner, Armendariz. The 1-0 pitch, fastball, bunted out towards the mound to the left, picked up barehanded by Palomino, throws it to first, drug the first baseman off a little bit, but he's able to stomp just in time, Noah Lynn, and gets the out. And maybe you're just kind of gamesmanship out there trying to make the runner think that he had lost the ball, but Hobbs not fooled by it. Both runners, second and third.
Hobbs has the ability or the chance again at least to get another run in this inning, if not more.
Saul Armendariz, ninth in the order, going through the order the second time now. Looked like he almost had a single, but it turned into an error, and also a stolen base after that for the Eagles. Fastball high for ball one. Good eye for Armendariz. He's got a 45% on base percentage on the season. And in terms of RBIs, 6. 3 doubles so far as well. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball. This is right down the middle for the strike. As holding on it was Armendariz. Camacho, Gonzalez, and Parrish top of the order for the Eagles. 1 hit out of those 3. That was Parrish with the single in the first inning. Palomino staring back at third. Turns and fires a fastball low and outside for ball 2. Runners will get back to their bases here. Do not want to be picked off in between those bags.
Of course, if I had the last name of Armendariz, I would go with the theme Rock Me Armendariz.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball off the handle. Right over the top of us here on the press box, right behind the plate. With the foul there, evens up the count at 2-2. Of course, both teams the same record overall, 10-8, although Hobbs 7 notches higher on the Max Preps poll. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Palomino high. Check swing. Going to go up in the air towards first base. Sliding a little bit over to the left and making the glove catch is the first baseman, Noah Len. Kind of battling the sun that time. And he had his second baseman backing him up there, going over to first. That was Sanchez in case that ball got by him. But that'll be a fly out for Armendariz. And brings up the top of the order for the third time now for the Hobbs Eagles, Juan Camacho. He is 0 for 1 with the strikeout, but did get on in his second appearance with a walk and then scored a run, the only run of the game for the Eagles. That was back in the third inning.
Both teams have good fielding positions or percentages. 905 for Roswell.
Fastball, 1 hopper over to Lucero. Turns and fires a high over the first baseman's head. Having to chase it to the side fence is Len. That's going to bring home a couple of runs for the Eagles. So a bad throw, an error, causing the score to get tied here in the third, or making the bottom of the fourth. We are 3-3.
Just when it looked like Roswell wasn't making any mistakes, they had until this point. And that was a bit of a big mistake, causing 2 runs to score for Hobbs, tying the game as well.
Nick Gonzalez scored first. He was the courtesy runner, and then Jason Fuentes comes across as well. 3-3 is your score with 2 down, runners at second. Palomino with the fastball. This is going to get cranked out towards left field shallow. A sliding catch over by the third baseline as the ball was fading left, and that will be out number 3. Getting a good contact was Gonzalez, but unfortunately could not get it to drop to advance the runners. But the Hobbs Eagles do get 1 hit. A bad throw from third to first caused a couple more runs to score, and we've got a tie ball game. 3-3 as we head to the top of the 5th, more than halfway through game 2 of the triple-header. We'll be back with you in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
We welcome you back to the action as we have a whole new ball game. The complexion has changed as Hobbs has managed to tie this game up with 2 at the bottom of the 4th, and now it is a 3-3 game at the top of the 5th, and it is going to be a close one as Roswell comes up to bat. Here's the call with Ty Friend.
Yeah, some uneasiness out there on the mound by Palomino after a balk and some pitches going low on the next few after that. That caused some issues. A bad throw from third on an error. 2-run score for the Eagles to tie it up. That's why we're at a 3-3 game at the top of the 5th. Coyotes at the plate. Anchando top of the order, third time around the batting order. Curveball inside on Anchando, whiffing on that one. A low pitch inside for the strike. He is 0 for 1, ground to short. And his first at bat, he was hit by a pitch to start the game and did score a run, the first run of the game for the Coyotes. But that's been a long time ago. One 0-1 count now. Martinez still on the mound for the Eagles. Curve it inside. A one-hopper over to third to Gonzalez. Turns and fires. And there is the catch over at first by Alvarado off a 5-3 for out number 1.
Exactly. The bats for Roswell are just not creating any kind of hits for them. They used to be able to get it to the outfield, or at least get it into a unplayable position. Right now they're just hitting it to the base players and being able to get those easy outs for Hobbs.
Yeah, Gonzalez getting quite a bit of a load out there at third base for the Eagles and taking care of business out there as well. Still 3-3 your score, top of the 5th. Martinez to wind up for the throw. Fastball down the middle, swing and a miss. Lunging forward was Eli Lynn. He is 0 for 1, ground out, back over to Martinez at the mound last time at bat, and started the game hit by a pitch. In fact, the first 2 batters got on due to being hit. Martinez definitely coming back from those problems there early in the game. Curveball, did it hit his left ankle? We'll wait and see. Nope, they're going to say hit the bat first and came down, or he didn't even try to move that time, so he got in his own way.
And if you can get Eli Lynn not to get the ball out to play, then you're doing a really good job. He's one of the better players, one of the better hitters for Roswell.
Yeah, batting .522 this season. Curveball high for the ball. And his on-base percentage definitely is a big factor as well. Lynn, one of the big power hitters for Roswell, at 54% on base and 82% slug percentage. Definitely means he gets the big stuff. Curve inside off the end of the bat. Going to be a wobbler to second in between first and second. Little sidewinder throw from Montez connects to Alvarado. 4-3 for out number 2. So Eagles starting to make some quick work, and the Roswell bats have been kind of silent here in the last couple innings.
Yeah, and again, it's the fielding. They have over 900% on the fielding, which is a lot better than they did last year. Last year, you would have seen them probably bobble that one and not be able to get in time to first for that out.
The big power hitter now, Noah Lynn, steps up. Of course, he got that home run last night. 3-run blast. He is 0 for 1 right now. Struck out and walked. Also scored a run. Pass ball inside. He gets a piece of it towards the center wall. Back pedal going back is Camacho and makes a catch before the warning track for out number 3. So the Hobbs Eagles, 2 ground outs and got the fly out on defense. No hits, nobody on the bases, no runs scored. Bottom of the 5th, Eagles could take the lead for the first time. They're tied at 3 with the Coyotes. Don't be leaving us now at Sportsman's Park. Eagles at the plate next.
We're getting back into action as it is a 3-3 tie as Hobbs has held Roswell to a goose egg for the last 4 innings. But here is the call. That's Ty Friend.
We're kind of wondering that. We thought possibly Palomino might get pulled there as he gave up quite a few walks in that prior to last inning. He had 3 back in the 4th and a couple in the last inning as well, or back in the 3rd and then a few in the 4th as well. But still just 2 hits for the Eagles in this game.
Yeah, Palomino probably gave his case as that, as well as, he still feels strong enough to be able to pitch.
Goes to the fastball and off the end of the bat for Luke Parrish to the right side towards the JV field foul territory. Parrish is 1 for 1, a single back in the 1st, also walked in the 3rd. Eagles have been walked 5 times in this ball game. Still 3-3 score, bottom of the 5th. Fastball, late swing, and it's going to ricochet off the ground into the middle of the backstop. So staying alive is Parrish. He is 3rd in the order for the Eagles. Xavier Alvarado, the cleanup man, due up next. Of course, Eagles next week will have 3 against Clovis. 1 at home Thursday, 2 on the road on Friday. Fastball, low and outside. Sliding over for it is Eli Lynn, the catcher. Count goes to 1-2. Should be about I think it was the 80s next week, so I'm going to be warming up from the weekend, which is down in the 50s and 60s. Some rain in the area. 1-2 pitch outside again for ball 2. No action going on in the bullpen right now for Roswell, but of course at the high school level, a lot of kids move from positions to pitcher instead of having a whole battery of guys over there to do that. Fastball, swing and a miss for Parrish, and that's going to be strike 3 as he'll have to take a seat. That will be the 4th strikeout for the Eagles, and brings up the cleanup man, Xavier Alvarado. He is 0 for 1. He ground out to second in the first for the final out and got walked in the third. One of 3 walks the Eagles picked up in that third inning, one of the lefties for Hobbs. Xavier Alvarado gets into the box, has a 51% on-base percentage, which is the best on the team for as many at-bats as he's got.
Yeah, Hobbs would like to extend their streak to 2 innings of scoring. So far they've got 1 in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th.
Second pitch, fastball, comes over the top of it for the strike. First one was low and inside for ball 1, and now 1-1 count. Eagles trying to get some runners on so they could try to get a lead here. Tied up at 3. The windup in the throw for Palomino. Fastball outside and high for ball 2.
Palomino just 73 throws into this game so far in the 5th.
Only common opponents with these teams, Santa Teresa and Artesia. Curveball inside, a high one, swing and a miss for Alvarado.
Yeah, we thought it would be the set up the complexion of the game yesterday as well as today. Today looks like it's right. Yesterday was a major surprise, at least for the Hobbs fans, against this Roswell team.
The 2-2 coming. Fastball outside. It gets a lunge across. No contact for Alvarado, who'll strike out. Back-to-back Ks issued by Palomino, who looks like back on the comeback trail on the mound. That's the 5th strikeout for the Eagles. And now Cole Kessner, the DH, trying to get his first contact with the ball in the game. He's flown out twice to left and to first. He's due for one for the Eagles.
You're right. Palomino does look like he's back in the saddle, is confident and happy on the mound.
Don't tell me you're trying to pun us there, were you?
If I did, it
Palomino and saddle?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't get it, did you? You walked into that one yourself, didn't you?
I galloped into it.
Hey,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, now we're doing it too much. Here's a 1-0 count. Curveball inside. It's going to be yanked towards left field, towards the wall, and it is going to get over or not. Yep, it's going to be a home run.
Yes.
We had to wait for the umpire to show the signal there. It took a few seconds. The infielders on the left side are saying no, and now Coach Lujan for Roswell is charging the field. All the infield players defensively for Roswell are all saying it was foul. And I don't know how they're going to rule on this. There's no replays.
Right.
Nope, the umpire's telling Coach Lujan to get back for Roswell. And that's going to be called a homer. It did take a long time. The umpire did wait a minute to make the call. He walked up the third baseline, and automatically all the infield came in for Roswell. Now Lujan wants a timeout and wants to know how that ball was still in play.
Exactly, and he was looking at it from an angle, just the right angle, to be able to see if it went fair or foul. Now, of course, sometimes your eyes do play tricks on you, but it may have been the same thing for the coach. He was further back than the ump was, so he may have seen something different than the umpire did. But I have a feeling that the umpire saw it correctly, and there was 2 umpires, and they seem to both be doing the same thing. They called it a home run.
And there has been a shortage of umpires this season. We don't see 3-man crews. If they would have had a third ump on that the third base side, that could have helped out the situation. But the home run is going to stand. Give the credit where it's due to Cole Kessner as he gets the go-ahead run, 4-3 here in the bottom of the 5th. That's the first home run for him on the season and 3rd as a team.
Yep.
Parrish with 1, Alvarado with 1, and now Kester with 1. And Kester was DHing in this game, just a sophomore too, so a couple more seasons with the Eagles. And definitely a shot in the arm. Jaden Hernandez steps in. He is 1 for 1, a single, run, and a walk. Takes the first pitch down the middle for the strike.
Yeah, not only does Hobbs now have the lead for the first time, but they've had it the first time in the series against Roswell.
Eagles 1 run in the first, or third, 2 in the 4th, and 1 here in the 5th. Fastball outside, swing and a miss for Hernandez.
Yeah, the sophomore is going to have to cool down a little bit. He's already swung twice and missed he needs to make better choices.
0-2 pitch, a hard shot, but a high one outside for ball one from Palomino. Palomino started off this inning with 2 strikeouts, but the Eagles get a homer, and that kind of sours his note there. Here's the 1-2. Fastball. This one's heading towards left field. Not as much ump behind it. A little bit of a pack pedal at the warning track. A one-hand snag there for the left fielder as he comes down with it. That was Anchondo, and that's out number 3. So, controversial home run. Coach Lujan not a happy camper, but Klesner gets it over the wall for the go-ahead 4-3 lead as we head to the top of the 6th. Eagles get that 1 hit, 1 run scored, and we'll get you back in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Welcome back to action as the mighty bat of Cole Kessner has lifted this Hobbs team into the lead with that home run in the bottom of the 5th. And we go on the top of the 6th. It is a 4-3 game. It's different, totally different game complexion-wise. And here is the call, of course, with Ty Friend.
All 4 of the Hobbs Eagle runs coming 3rd through the 5th innings. 2 innings left in regulation here, 6th in the 7th, and Roswell trying to get their bats back. Now, they did get 1 hit, and that was back in the 1st inning, but silent since then. And they have picked up 2 walks, but a lot of grounds and flyouts, so they definitely have to start getting themselves extending that bat. They had 12 hits yesterday, including a home run, so things have kind of gone the other direction for them offensively. Top of the 6th, we're tied, or 4-3, Hobbs up by 1.
Yeah, they could do no wrong yesterday.
First pitch from Martinez, who's gone the distance so far. Fastball low for the ball. That's Isaac Loy at the plate. Was fielder's choice first at bat and hit by a pitch at the 2nd, so got on twice. The wind-up in the throw for Martinez. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike.
That was a nice curve on that action, too. It was showing that he's still got plenty of pitch in him during these 81 pitches so far.
Of course, Martinez in right field last night. Pitcher tonight. Curveball, swing and a miss. Over the top of it was Loya. So now he's kind of low in the count. 1-2 now. Loya is the cleanup man for Roswell. Only 1 hit yesterday, an RBI single and a walk. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball low and outside for ball 2. Evens up the count at 2-2.
Yeah, he was trying to bait him to get that one in. Since he had the last 2 were curveballs, he was expecting to see if he could chase that one and thinking it was another curveball.
One more game tonight, of course, of the doubleheader. And might have to break the series tie. Hopefully the Eagles can get this win under their belts and get them back with a 10-0 game last night. Here's the 2-2. Fastball off the handle. It's going to go up in the air towards shallow left. Shortstop going to make the play in front of his left fielder. That's Fuentes in front of Armendariz. I was hoping there was going to be a collision there.
Right.
But that catch was made with a good run, sidewinder run there for Fuentes to get the out.
Yeah, great teamwork. It was hit basically just inside the outfield on the right, on the left. Just enough, though, to where the shortstop would be able to track it down and be able to catch it.
Pitcher for Roswell has been on the mound the whole game. Palomino 0 for 1, strikeout and a walk. Curveball inside below the knees for the ball. Not quite sure what Hernandez was doing there. He let it bounce off his protection, then kind of ran behind it on the third baseline like he was going to come up to throw against a runner. But you look around the bases, I don't see any red jerseys out there, Ron.
Exactly, but yeah, he just took his time. He knew he wasn't needing to press it or anything.
Maybe practice. Low pitch inside, takes a couple of dribbles down that third baseline. And not throwing it, though, after the scoop was Gonzalez. I don't think he wanted to throw a wild throw because the sun is right in the eyes of his teammate Alvarado at first, so he just kind of sucks it up and holds onto the ball about midway down that third baseline heading towards home plate and just made a decision at the last second to hold on to it.
Well, I think it was because Palomino was so close to the first base that there was no chance to get a throw out from where he was at that time. So, yeah, Palomino galloped to first, was able to get there in time, and is safe.
Second hit of the game, single for Palomino. Rico Lujan, the DH, 1 of 2. Curveball inside off the end of the back and a roll towards second. Scooped up, tag on the bag, and throw to first for the double play. Gotta love that. Great defense there for Montez. Got it between first and second. Ran and stopped the base at second. Turned and fired to first. And there you go, 2 down and make it 3 down total after the double play. And that's all she wrote for Roswell. They do get 1 hit. Nobody left on the bases thanks to the double play by Montez. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. Your Eagles try to add on to a 1-run lead. They lead 4-3 over Roswell. The bat's coming up for the Eagles next on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
We're back to action with the Hobbs Eagles versus the Roswell Coyotes. It is a strong one, a good one for the Hobbs Eagles as they've come back. They've held Roswell 5 scoreless innings so far, and now we're at the bottom of the 6th, and it is Hobbs up by 1, 4-3. And with the call, here is Ty Friend.
Yeah, been kind of a back-and-forth game so far. The Eagles have shut down the offense of Roswell, though, with only 2 hits and barely just 1 there in that 5th inning. Hobbs, of course, converted on that home run by Cole Kessler to take a 4-3 lead here in the bottom of the 6th now. Palomino remains on the mound for Roswell as he faces Fuentes for the Eagles. Fastball, barely gets the outside corner for the strike. Fuentes is 0 for 1, flew to right, and also walked, did score a run for the Eagles. That was back in the 3rd inning. Curveball inside, he's going to get a drive down the third baseline to roll into the corner. Trying to extend it out to a double. No, he's going to go back to first base. Right. Good throw in coming into second to Sanchez, coming from Anchado in left. So it keeps it to a single for Fuentes, but an important hit for the Hobbs Eagles. That is their 4th of the ball game. 4 hits compared to 2 for Roswell. Runner at first. Christian Montez, 8th in the order up next for Hobbs. Ground out to short and had a fielder's choice. So he's due for a contact.
Now, this is exactly what Hobbs wanted to do, get their bats active, to be able to get in the gap and be able to get some runs.
Curveball inside, going high in the air towards shallow center. 3 Roswell players going back for it. Center fielder makes the snag. That is Toscano. Toscano playing right field last night, making the catch between 2 of his teammates out there. So the fly out for Montez. That'll be out number 1.
Yep, unfortunately did not find the gap on that one, was caught. And the runner had to go back to first and tag up again.
Yeah, he didn't get the full extension on the swing. Kind of lofted the bat out there, hit off the edge of the bat, and just kind of let the bat drop at that point, and probably didn't get as much oomph as he wanted. Saul Armendariz now at the plate, takes the fastball outside for ball 1. He got on due to an error back of the 3rd, did get a stolen base off of that, and then flew out to first. 4-3 ball game, Hobbs by 1, bottom of the 6th, slated for 7. Fastball, hard shot towards left. It's shallow, though. Catch made with the glove by Anchando. Quick throw back into play to the shortstop and keeps our runner at first. So an out for Armendariz on that one to left field. And top of the order for the 4th time, the Eagles will bring Juan Camacho. He's the leadoff man. He is 0 for 2, a strikeout. Got on due to an error. Did walk, but scored a run after that. But you still want to get that extra insurance run if you can, Ron, because 1-run lead is going to be a tight one.
Exactly.
Another fastball takes a bounce towards short. He's just going to stop the base himself. Has to hurdle over top of the Hobbs Eagle runner there. Loya's the man that gets the out for Roswell as he almost got right into Jason Fuentes, who was going as hard as he could to second, but stomped out before that. So the Hobbs Eagles, unfortunately, can't add an insurance run. They do get a hit. Leave 1 on base, no runs scored. Go to the top of the 7th, the last hurrah for Roswell. Got to get at least 1 run to tie and then maybe a couple to take a lead here. Hobbs will get one last at bat. We'll come back to you in 30 seconds on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page.
Welcome back to action as it is the top of the seventh. It could be the final inning for this game as Roswell comes up at bat. And with a call, here he is, Ty Friend.
Yeah, 4-3 Hobbs. Hobbs took the lead after a home run for Kestner back in the fifth. 4-3, 4 hits, 2 hits for Roswell, 4 for Hobbs. A couple of errors for the Coyotes defensively. Savino Sanchez now for Roswell, 7th in the order. He's 0 for 2, ground to third and flew to third, so putting Gonzalez on notice for the Eagles. He better be ready for this Coyote. Fastball barely misses the outside corner for ball 1. Of course, they've only had 2 hits in this game. Palomino with a single and Rico Lujan a 2 RBI single, but very well spread out throughout the contest. The 1-0 pitch from Martinez, who's gone the distance. Fastball high for ball 2. Definitely do not want to get runners on for Roswell here, Ron, because it's only a 1-run lead. It's been kind of a quiet offensive game for both teams.
Yeah, you only got 1 run, so you definitely want to shut it down quickly and be able to get out of this with a victory.
The windup in the throw, curveball inside, a hard shot, but it's going to go towards the foul fence on the third base side. Almost took off some heads of the Eagles in the dugout there. Boy, talk about a physical swing of the bat there for Sanchez. You straighten that thing out. Could have taken his coach's head off there in the third base box. And we did mention that a lot of his stuff has been going towards Gonzalez, so third base player for the Eagles. So I think he might want to take that in to know what just happened there. 2 balls and a strike as Martinez continues to face Sanchez. Curve it inside, and this time it's going to go down the third base line. I should have kept my mouth shut. That will be fair. At least a double. Sanchez is going to pump it out to second. And they'll get the throw in. It takes a little time. Rolls into Montez at second, but not going to get the runner. Sanchez with the double to keep Roswell's hopes alive. That's a tying run now at second, Ron, and the third hit of the ball game for the Coyotes.
I know, and no outs so far in this inning. So, yeah, it's a crucial time for Hobbs to be able to at least get some stops, to be able to get some strikeouts and stop this, hopefully not a run for Roswell as they're trying to get back into it and trying to get the lead again.
Luke Bogle checking in now. He's at 220 on the season, has 8 RBIs, 1 double, and 2 home runs, 2 of the 9 for Roswell. So he's got more than most guys do on the squad. He takes a curveball and gets some air behind this one towards left field. Backpedaling, sliding left is Armendariz, makes the catch at the near the wall, chucks it to third, and the runner's there and just in time. Hobbs fans thought that was going to be a close tag out, but the Eagles get the out of the fly as Armendariz comes over the big catch near the warning track on the left side of the field. A fly out there for Luke Bogle, 8th in the order. Bottom of the order now is Adrian Lucero, who's ground out twice. Guess who? Over to Gonzalez, the third baseman for Hobbs.
You know what?
What just happened here? Coach Lujan was screaming.
I believe what happened is he did not tag second.
Oh, did they go ahead and do it on their own? I missed that.
I was wondering because he got to third pretty darn quickly.
Okay, so they waited a little bit. I guess Hobbs went and tagged out the base. Wasn't even watching at that point, and Roswell's starting to think they're gonna have to get some type of lobbyist out here because now every time there's a call, Coach Lujan is stomping. Now the first base coach is talking to the on-field umpire. So 2 down. And that took a little bit of a while. I think Hobbs, maybe Coach Boyle just kind of whispered to his players or pointed over there, hey, go tag the base just in case. And that does happen sometimes in these games. So you don't want to give it away by yelling out to your team. And but But you got to make sure the umpire is paying attention to what you're doing so you can get the call that you need on that one.
Right. Well, one would think that just because he tagged him out of third, that would do it too. But apparently, you got to go to second. The bag that he missed tagging back on.
Oh, right. Yeah, you have to hold until that ball is caught, then go. Here's the windup of the throw for Martinez. Curveball drops low, and boy, just barely misses the strike zone inside. Count to 1-1 now. It's Luke, or make that for Roswell, Adrian Lucero. Again, he's ground out twice to third base to Gonzalez. 1-1 pitch coming from Martinez. Fastball down the pike for the strike.
And we could be one strikeout away from the end of this game and a victory for Hobbs.
I should mention this is a sub in here. I should say that's Lynn. So Lynn has come in for Lucero. An L for an L here.
Mm-hmm. And we're hoping that they'll chalk up an L at the end.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Curveball inside. Going to be a bouncer to short, but misguided. Fuentes tried to put his webbing out there, got it past, and just misjudged where his glove should be. Bounced around him, and that's going to go into left field and a single.
And he regretted it immediately. I have a feeling, though, that what the thing was that caused him a problem, he was already thinking about the throw. He wasn't thinking about the catch.
They're going to call that an error. That will be Hobbs' error on that one. That's going to be their first error of the contest.
And still doubled up on that. Roswell has 2-1 errors-wise.
Runner at first now for Roswell. 2 down. You got to remember that with the missed tag, that cost a runner for the Coyotes, the tying run. They got the tying run back at first now, but they still trail 4-3 here in the top of the 7th. Got to remember, one more out, and this game is over with the W for the Eagles.
Exactly.
Here comes Martinez, curving inside. This is going out towards left field. Having to chase it to the third base line, and it's caught on the run. Armendariz, and the Hobbs Eagles pick up the victory. And boy, screaming at the Hobbs Eagles after that play was a man at bat, and he's not a happy camper out there. That was on Chondo, screaming at the Eagles. And the umpire is trying to get him over to the dugout, as well as his coach Lujan does not want to see that to end the ball game. So that will be it as the Hobbs Eagles pull off a very close 4-3 ball game. Kind of couple controversial things going on out there, the home run and some air situations, a balk. Roswell not happy. The series is tied up 1 game apiece. The tiebreaker will be coming up in a few minutes. We'll have the post-game show. Come back with us in 2 minutes on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Welcome back to action as we have an end of our game. First one of the two of the doubleheader we have. Final was 4-3. Hobbs was able to get back into it, goose egg the Roswell team after they scored first with 3. And for the call and the numbers, we're going to get all the action heard from Ty Friend.
Yeah, and 4-3 the final. Now the Eagles 11-8 on the season as Roswell drops to 10-9. Hobbs 1-1 in district and Roswell 1-1. Looking at the numbers for Roswell, not very much in terms of hitting. They had 12 yesterday, only 3 hits in this one. Jacob Palomino went 1 or 2, and he was the starting pitcher, had a single and a walk. It was Rico Lujan, the DH, went 1 of 2 with a 2 RBI single. And Savino Sanchez went 1 of 2 with a double. So not a lot of hitting going on for Roswell. Again, 3 hits. They were struck out only twice, had 3 walks, and defense giving up 2 errors in the game. They had 4 left on base for the Coyotes. So they're losing pitcher in this one who went the distance, Jacob Palomino. And for your Hobbs Eagles, they finished up with just 4 hits, nobody with multiples. They did get Luke Parrish 1 of 2 with a single and a walk. Cole Kester with the big home run to get the lead for the Eagles.
Yes.
He went 1 of 3, big-time shot for him. Jaden Hernandez went 1 of 2. He had a single and a run scored plus a walk. And Jason Fuentes went 1 of 2 with a single, walk, and a run scored. So again, 4 hits for the Eagles. They had 5 strikeouts, were walked 5 times, and had 1 error defensively. Eagles leaving 4 on base. And again, Hobbs pulling up the 4-3 win. Also, Josiah Martinez gets the victory for the Eagles, which makes it his 5th win of the season. And definitely a good game to do it as he ties up the series with the Roswell Coyotes. And that's going to make it an exciting 3rd game, Ron, as both teams have a 1-win and 1-loss record at this point in time. Anxious to see who's going to take the mound. And I think it's going to kind of intensify the pressure for both these coaches because last year Hobbs lost 2 out of the 3 games to Roswell, ended up finishing 2nd in district above Roswell at Clovis. And so they came back on the comeback trail there against some other teams like Carlsbad and Clovis. But definitely like to pick it off here with the 2 games at home tonight.
Exactly, and the similarities between the two this year and last year are not completely off center. You know, it seems like Hobbs lost the first game, won the second game. They did it on the road. They lost the 3rd game, but it was just barely simply because Hobbs had the early lead in that 3rd game, wasn't able to hold it on, and then at the 7th inning got the lead back. But, of course, Roswell came in, were able to get just enough runs to be able to get the victory. Ronald Ross is out there, along with all the others who are congratulating. And, by the way, it is also Assistant Coaches Appreciation Week here at Hobbs. So we appreciate all the assistant coaches and everything they do in their sports. Of course, they always do a great job.
Right now they're recognizing teachers, too, that special teachers that each of the players have named in this game. They're coming out to the middle of the field at this point. And again, final score, Hobbs 4, Roswell 3. We'll have the 3rd game of the triple header here at Sportsman's Park in about 20 minutes. We'll keep it live on the internet, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Game 3 coming up in 20.
Well, folks, while we wait for the second game to get started, I'm going to go ahead and remind us all about our sponsors because without them, we would not be able to get on the air. We want to thank the following: the Coffee House, Lasco Construction, the Forest Tire, TDS, The Model, Hobbs Express, Thriftway, Lee County State Bank, Elite Home Healthcare, NMR Pipeline, First American Bank of Hobbs, Hydrotech Services, Ampersand Media, as well as Divine Energy. Thanks for all those support. Without you, we would not be able to get this on the internet. Of course, that is on Cool 95.7's Facebook page, along with HobbsAmericas.com on that page, as well as on YouTube on the Hobbs Sports channel. We'll be back, in possibly 15, 20 minutes. We'll let you know exactly what's going to happen and when it happens, as the second game is going to get underway about that time. Right now we're in the middle of a doubleheader, and this is the third game, the rubber match of the first district, and it was against Roswell. Of course, next week we have some major news to tell you about for the Clovis games between those two. Of course, the first one will be here. Second two will be in Clovis, but the dates are going to be changed because of certain things, shortage of referees or umpires. So it'll be Wednesday and Thursday, respectively. Wednesday will be here. Thursday will be at Clovis, and we'll be talking about that more later. And then after that, we'll face our final opponents, which will be Carlsbad. And, of course, that'll be the third district game, or series anyway, and that'll be happening the week afterwards. And right now we still haven't heard anything about whether that's going to be changed or not. But right now it is status quo, no changes other than next week when it'll be Clovis. So we are in the middle of District Play 2024. Hobbs has won the second game, tying it up at 1-1. They're also 1-1 in the district. We haven't heard anything about the Carlsbad-Clovis game yet as far as who has won or how that's been going on so far. But we would like, once again, to give our sponsors a shout-out, and those are the Coffee House, Lasco Construction, Forest Tire, TDS, The Model, Hobbs Express, Thriftway, Lee County State Bank, Elite Home Healthcare, NMR Pipeline, First American Bank of Hobbs, along with Hydrotech Services, Ampersand Media, and Divine Energy. All of those guys, thank you very much. Without you, we would not be able to put this on the internet. Of course, that is on Cool 95.7 Facebook page, along with HobbsAmerica.com. You can always find it there. And yes, we're on YouTube on the Hobbs Sports channel. Once again, we'll be talking about the fact that next week's game with Clovis will be just a little bit different. Instead of on Thursday and Friday, we'll have it on Wednesday and Thursday, and that'll be here in Hobbs for Wednesday. Thursday we'll be on the road for that double header. We'll be back in, well, who knows how long. This is baseball, so there's never a time limit. We'll be back, and as soon as the action starts, of course, we'll give you all the calls, as well as tell you what's going on throughout the rest of the district, as well as possibly even any kind of games that are going on for Lee County. So stay tuned. We'll be back in minutes. Welcome back to action here at Sportsman's Park as we're about to head into Game 2 in just minutes. Just letting you know about that. I can't give you too much information other than the fact that Josiah Martinez got his 5th victory, so he's 5-2 on the record. And we are going to go ahead and apparently get this thing started here in just minutes, or sooner than we thought. Yeah. As we get back into it, and we're going to talk a little bit about Game 1, of course, before Game 2 gets started.
4-3 win for the Hobbs Eagles, even up the district record at 1-1 with Roswell. Important game. Now 11-8 on the season with that victory. And, of course, this is kind of the rubber match between these two teams as the Eagles lost the game last night 10-0 and came back home run, a big one for Kester to get the Eagles a 4-3 lead and the victory. And Roswell thought that should have been called back for a foul ball and kind of caused some issues there with the coach running out. Also had a balk that scored a run for the Eagles too, Roswell's pitching did. So a couple of calls there here and there, but the Eagles came through at the end, and a very important game. Of course, this is a district now, so every game is a big factor for the playoffs.
Exactly. Throw out at first. They also had an error at first. Just several mistakes that you didn't see in Game 1 with Roswell. And Game 3 is going to probably be a little bit of a different complexion as well, simply because they've got 1-1 under their belt, and both sides are trying to get back up to 500 in district, as well as trying to get a right footing into this district game. Because look, we've only got 9 of them, so you don't have too many to play with. You can't lose too many and still feel strong about your playoff chances. So Hobbs, Roswell, it's going to be a tough one. It may be just as simple, same thing. Low scoring, could be low bats, but you never know. This is why we play the game.
Hobbs wearing their gold uniforms, black numbers, white pants, black hats. Roswell in the red uniforms, white trim, and gray pants in this one. And this will be the final game of the series between the two teams. Of course, next week there's been a change on the schedule. We should mention, too, they will have games on Wednesday and Thursday instead of Thursday, Friday due to an umpire shortage. So Wednesday, that'll be the home game for the Eagles, 5 o'clock here at Sportsman's Park. And then Thursday, a doubleheader in Clovis. So a little bit of a schedule change. We'll try to remind you that throughout the broadcast. And, Ron, go to the play-by-play.
All right, well, here we go with the first pitch from Johnson, and that is just outside. And that is going to be a ball 1.
Juan Camacho, the center fielder, is in there. He is 1 for 5 in the series so far in the 2 games played.
It's a pop-up fly, and it looks like it's going to be first baseman is going to catch it, and yes, he does. He corrals it for out number 1 for Hobbs, and that was a nice play. Was able to get underneath it. Sun wasn't much of a factor on that one.
Noah Lynn, the first baseman, makes the catch there. And, of course, we had a little bit of wind throughout the first game. Looks like about the same 10, 15 miles per hour. No chance for rain. Tomorrow is going to be a whole different factor, though. Glad there's no games tomorrow. Big rain, 90% chance.
Actually, you might want to call that again. Noah Lynn is on the Roswell side, but we will find out. As that first one is in for a ball, looks like. Yes, it was called a ball. As Johnson winds up and pitches. And that is hit, chopped to third. As he brings it over to first. 5-3 is the call, and that is out number 2 for Roswell. 2 quick outs so far in this first inning. We didn't see that in either game of this Roswell-Hobbs contest, and so far Hobbs rolling so well so far.
Noah Lynn will step up now, the first baseman for this Roswell squad, and of course, he's one of the strong bats for Roswell through the season, and 3 for 5 in terms of the series against the Hobbs Eagles in the first and second games of this one.
Yeah, he has been one of their heavy hitters, and he hits it again. This time it looks like it's going to go possibly foul as it goes to the right, and it's going to be chased down, but not well enough for the first long strike.
Got to give a lot of credit to Josiah Martinez putting on the wheels out there in right field. Got the sun right in his face, too. The sunglasses, you can see him glaring all the way up here in the press box, but he was shifted over to the left a little bit out there in right field, but almost had a chance to make the catch in the foul territory on the right side near the Roswell first base line.
Yeah, give the old college effort, but wasn't able to get underneath it. As Noah Lynn is up again at bat. Johnson delivering, and that one is just inside for a ball call. So 1-1 is the count.
He's really extending that front leg at the top of the pitching mound there and kind of getting an extra stretch as he releases the baseball.
Johnson looking good so far as he hasn't had too many pitches. That one goes off foul to the left for Lynn. That gives it a 1-2 count. as they are looking to get the ball back into the pitcher's hand. And there it is. And this is, I mean, the weather-wise could be better, but it could be a whole lot worse. It seems like, though, every time we play in Hobbs, it gets a little cooler for some reason. Johnson eyeing the catcher, trying to get the right call. He seems to have it. That one, it goes low for a ball call. 2-2 is the count right now.
Johnson comes in with a 2-1 record, 6th game that he's been in, and 7.35 ERA.
He's been, this is his 6th appearance, so he's looking to see if he can get another win. That time, though, it is going to create a walk, or either that or it was a hit by pitch, actually. In the elbow, or on the elbow. So it looked like he was pitching pretty well, but unfortunately just caught the elbow of Lynn, and that advances into first. And with 2 outs, they have a runner on first. Up next for Roswell, looks like it's going to be Isaac Loya.
Of course, Roswell had 2 players hit by a pitch to start game 2, and they had runners on all 3 bases before Hobbs knew it defensively.
Yeah, that was one of the things that Roswell was able to do so well, is to load up the bases. Did it game 1, also did it a little bit in game 2, but that was only on the first inning. Could not do as much damage after that.
Loya's gone 1 for 5 in the series so far in 2 games.
Smacks that off to the left, and it looks like it could go all the way. Now it hit the wall. It did bounce into the glove of Saul Almaderas and was able to get it back to third. But now before you get a nice double from Roswell, and that puts runners on second and third. With 2 outs, they still have a chance to be able to score with runners in scoring position. And coming up next is Palomino.
Nice long throw there from Armendariz, going deep in that left corner of the outfield and able to get that into Gonzalez, as you mentioned. So definitely get some good balls being thrown back for the Eagles and keeping the runners a little less than they could have had coming around the bases.
Exactly. As Johnson delivers to the pitcher of last game, Palomino, he takes that one. Looks like that was a called strike. So 0-1 is the count already.
Palomino went 1 for 5 so far in this series. He was 1 of 2 in the last game earlier, a single.
Swing and a miss. That was a hard cut from Palomino as he missed that ball and ends up getting a strike 2. So 1 away, possibly another strike, and that'll be the end of the inning, and that will stop the bleeding for sure for Hobbs.
Johnson taking a lot of time between pitches here. Time called behind the plate. Should mention Roswell, 15 of 46 against the Eagles at the plate in the 2 games. They're batting .326. They've walked 5 times total and 6 strikeouts. Eagles at .190, so well below Hobbs or Roswell in terms of batting average. Eagles are 8 of 42 against Coyote pitching, 5 walks and 8 strikeouts.
And that one is a nice strikeout, strike number 3. And that is the first strikeout for Johnson in this game. And it comes, of course, at the right time as we end the first inning, the top of the first, and it is all about Roswell not being able to score. They had left 2 on. They had 1 hit and no runs. The score is now 0-0 as we go to the bottom of the first. Hobbs up to bat right here on Cool 95.7 Facebook page, along with HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube on the Hobbs Sports channel. right, Juan Camacho is up as we get to start the bottom of the first. Hobbs is got the 0-0 tie so far as they have their first at bat.
Luke Lynn, the pitcher for Roswell, 0-0 record up to this point. 7th game for him, 5.75 ERA. Of course, 3 Lyns on this team, all sons of the head football coach here in Roswell.
And that is a called strike, went down the middle. Second one looks like it was another strike. He did not check his swing, and that is unfortunate. It looked like he might have, but nope, the umpire said he did get that strike. And that is hit in the infield to the shortstop over to first for the 6-3 out. And unfortunately, that is a quick one for Hobbs as they go to the first out already in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, Isaac Loya coming over from third that time. Kind of had a weird overthrow when he did it. He kind of almost like he was doing some cricket action there as a pitcher there. Just kind of overthrew his arm and got it to first, but just barely got it there in time. Kind of a hippity-hop play there from third.
I thought I saw that too, but yeah, you're right about that. And that first was inside. Looked like it was a ball call for Gonzalez, Geraldo Gonzalez, but unfortunately he got that call for a strike. So 0-1 is the count. And quickly, once again, these pitchers, these Roswell pitchers are rather fast as they get up and just deliver as quickly as possible with a 1-1 count so far against Gonzalez. That one looks like it's hit possibly just outside the infield, and it will be tagged by first baseman Noah Lynn.
Now Lynn had to backpedal up that first baseline towards the outfield and kind of hopped up and made the catch. And he was trying to look for his first hit of the series. Gerardo Gonzalez was 0 for 6 up to that point. And, yeah, that was his 5th fly ball. Actually, 5th fly ball out of the ones that he has been at the plate for. So still can't get one to get dropped down there for him. But the sun's right in the face of that first baseman, Lynn, so hopefully they can take advantage of that.
Josiah Martinez on the mound, or on the plate right now. He was on the mound in the last game, and he takes that one for a ball call.
One of the lefties for the Eagles, of course.
Yes, indeed. And that one was low. Looks like it actually hit the dirt at one point for another ball. So 2-0, and that means that Martinez is ahead on the count.
0 for 3 last night against Roswell. A couple of flyouts.
Does hit that one. Looks like it could have been a strike, but either way, he doesn't get there in time, and it fouls off to the left for his first strike.
Both teams really didn't get much offensive punch in that first game except for Kestner's home run. So still getting a win for the Eagles. They'll take it how they can get it.
Exactly, as that one is fouled off to the right. And just cannot, I mean, he is making contact, but he is just not able to get it at the right time with the ball and the bat connecting together.
Pitching coach Bowman out there at first base for the Eagles. One hand's bare knuckler there and do a nice job of it. Not in uniform, though, tonight.
2-2 is the count. Here's the pitch, and that is going to be hit. Looks like going to be another shallow to the infield. This one is to the left, and third baseman, he does catch that, no problem at all. So we're going to end that inning with nobody on, no hits, no errors, and no runs for Hobbs, as we are still tied at 0-0. It's going to be the top of the second for you right here at Sportsman Park. We'll be back in just a moment.
You got it, Rob.
All right, back in action, and already Roswell is down on the count, 0-1. As we get back into it, Johnson, of course, is on the mound pitching for the Hobbs Eagles, your Hobbs Eagles. So that one goes a little low for a ball call.
Rico Lujan been consistent at the DH. That's where his spot has been all 3 games so far for the Coyotes.
Looks like he can has some power behind his hit. Let's see what he does on this third pitch from Johnson. He does drive it off to the left. It's shortstop, and it could be an easy out, and it is for the 6-3 and the first out of this inning for the Roswell Coyotes.
Yeah, Fuentes got down deep between second and third there. Kind of a low throw over to his first baseman, Alvarado. But once again, Alvarado gets down on a knee to make the scoop and the out of that first batter.
And one of the things I like about this year compared to last year is the crispness of that. Last year, there would have been a little bobble somewhere along the way, and it would have been an easy first base for the runner. But luckily, Hobbs has gotten a lot better at that, as Johnson is still dialing up some heat, but could not find the strike zone on that one, as it is a call ball.
Nice to get Lujan out of there, too. He was 3 for 4 before he just got that out, so definitely been doing some impressive stuff, including a 2 RBI single in that last game earlier tonight.
Exactly, as that one is looked upon by Sanchez. He takes the call. Again, another ball, so he is ahead of the count, 2-0 against Johnson, and looking to see if there's going to be a strike coming up down the pike. No, instead it's delivered inside. Sanchez has to move away to avoid getting hit. And now the call is 3-0, and let's see if we can avoid walking Sanchez to get a potential runner
Sanchez
on at first.
2 for 4, a single in both games so far.
And it is called a strike. It took a moment, but he did call it. And that is the first strike of this batter. So 3-1 is the count right now.
Actually, Sanchez got a double earlier tonight and a single yesterday.
That is hit shallow, but still shortstop is able to get underneath it and be able to make a play for it for the second out of this inning so far. 2 down, 1 more to go.
That one came off the handle, and Fuentes had to shift more towards second, towards third, shifting right to left, and kind of a wobbler off that handle. And sometimes you got to second guess where that ball's coming, especially a little bit of a wind out there right now, about 10, 15 miles per hour. But sun is still an issue in the infield as well for the Eagles.
Right fielder Bogle is up next. He's going to see if he can get on base. And that one is a nice strike call as it goes down the middle. That was a fast one, too. Bogle did not see it in time or just watched it as it goes by.
He went 0 for 2 in the last game, flew to short and left field, and walked.
Oh, and that one hit Bogle as he was trying to get a swing going on his bat, and instead he had to defend himself and ended up getting hit, looks like in the arm.
Actually, I think it got him in the knuckles because he was trying to cover his handle, and he kind of moved his arm over the top that time, and you can just hear the pop of the ball on top of it. First walk of the game for the pitching of the Hobbs Eagles, and that brings the bottom of the order, Luke Lynn. So, as usual, a lot of Lins out there. This game, all 3 Lins are on the starting lineup.
Yeah, and that's fact. Actually, Luke is the first time he's actually started the game, at least against Hobbs. As that one is hit to the right. Right fielder does take care of it, but not before the bases get 2 on for Roswell Coyotes. So he's got 2 on, 2 outs, and Roswell is threatening to score early in this game in the top of the second.
That's the second hit of the game, a double for Loya, a single now for Lynn. Of course, we had a kind of a back-and-forth type of situation in that first game tonight, 4-3 final for the Eagles, as it was 3-0, Roswell leading in the first inning. So they're trying to get the thing going again here, although the wheels kind of fell off offensively as the game went along for them.
And left fielder Achando is up right now trying to get make some noise for these Coyotes as he takes that one, and that is a called strike.
A win in this game would break the 1-1 tie between the 2 squads so far, the best of 3. Boy, long time on the mound for Candy. He doesn't like to see those base runners, and he kind of stares down at second as Bogle does head back.
Not much he can do, though, right now. There's nobody around to be able to throw to, so all he can do is just look at him for a little while longer and make him hesitant. As that one is possibly influenced by the runner, and it is a ball call, so the count goes to 1-1 for Achando.
Achando has a dry spell in this series, 0 for 6 so far, so he's looking for his first hit in the third game.
And sometimes it's just really hard. It seems to be really hard to get your bat to get heated up as he takes the timeout on this one.
Now, it's supposed to be dropping kind of cooler here tonight. Tomorrow's going to be a high of 50, and today was a high about 62, but you can tell it's starting to cool off once that sun goes down. Luckily, no games tomorrow morning with the thunderstorms that are going to be coming through the area. But, again, we did mention, too, there's a game changes for next week. Wednesday will be the lone home game for Hobbs against Clovis, 5 o'clock. And then Thursday, they're going to go the doubleheader to Clovis. So we'll have all those games live on the internet as usual.
Exactly, and it'll be interesting because Roswell has been known to give up a lot of runs, while Clovis, on the other hand, has been very stingy. That is a swing and a miss for Achando, as he looked like he was trying to get that one out of the park and just could not make connection with it. And now he is behind 1-2 on the count.
Yeah, pitch about high on the brim of the helmet that time, and he tried to get up on the ladder to take a swing at it.
And Johnson, throwing them heat. That time will look like a bit of a changeup. Just couldn't find the strike zone, though, as that one goes to 2-2 for the count.
Force out at third for the Eagles to get that third out and hopefully not letting Roswell get across the plate.
Yeah, he definitely wants to minimize and stop bleeding now, make sure that Roswell is unable to get a score to cross. That is a called strike. So he got struck out, third strike, and that does end the inning. So we go into the bottom of the second, and Roswell wasn't able to get any runs. So they did have, 2 hits, 2 on base, but no errors as well. So like I said, we go into the bottom of the second. We are tied up at 0-0. We'll be back in just a moment here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. 0-0 game here. Bottom of the second. Eagles going to be coming back up to the plate. Won game 2, 4-3. Lost yesterday 10-0. So this is the rubber match contest. Eagles didn't get much bat work there in the top of the bottom of the first, but they're going to bring up Cole Kestner or make that Xavier Alvarado the cleanup man for the Eagles right now. Definitely wants to get something started offensively for Hobbs. And in terms of his hitting so far, 1 for 3 in the series. It did not get anything in the last game. But that was 1 for 1 last night with a double.
That was a swing and a miss for strike number 1. I was trying to give him a ball, but can't call that a ball when he swings and misses it. But it is 0-1 right now. 0-1 as he takes that one. Also a strike call.
Luke Lynn on the mound for the Coyotes. One of the 3 Lynn brothers that play for this team. All 3 in the starting lineup in this one.
Already behind on the count is Alvarado. As up, that was a called strike, too.
3.
3, well, also. And, yes, another strikeout for Roswell, as it was 3 up and 3 down for Alvarado. Unfortunately, he could not make any contact and just didn't have a good bat.
Hobbs looking for their first hit of the game. That was the first strikeout from Lynn. And that's going to bring up Cole Kestner, who hit the HR to get the lead for the Eagles 4-3 in the last game.
And maybe kind of pitching around him or trying to see what he will do, as that one was way outside for the ball.
Kestner's home run was sailing towards the left field pole out there on that home run in the game 2.
Swing and a miss for Cole, as that was a bit of a golf swing right there, as he had to go a little low. Just could not make contact of it. So it's 1-1 is the count against this Roswell squad. And a quick strike call on that one. Usually you expect to see him kind of make it suspenseful, but that time it was straight away.
3 home runs for the Eagles in the season, 1 for Kestner now, and he's trying to maybe add to that with a hit here, but
definitely
he's going to have to battle with Lynn on this next pitch, as now we're even at 2-2.
Yeah, that was a low ball for us, called ball 2. So 2-2 is the count. As the getting another pitch.
Pitch inside, little flinch with the elbows there for Kestner, washing machine style. Holds his ground, gets the ball. Now we got a full count for him to try to stay in action here to get a base runner for the Eagles. He is 5th in the order for Hobbs.
Yeah, Luke Lynn is on the mound making it work. And that one is a call 3, but looks like he's going to be safe at first from the drop ball.
Yeah, the ball got bounced, deflected off of Eli Lynn at the catcher. And he tried to throw it down the first baseline, but of course the sun is just barely starting to get behind the clouds now, and still a little bit of a glare over there. But Noah Lynn tried to get his glove up, but well too short as the runner does advance for Hobbs.
Exactly, just wasn't able to handle that third strike call. It would have been a out number 2, but instead Hobbs has got a runner on first and still has some hope to get some runs in this bottom of the second.
Jaden Hernandez now steps up, the catcher for the Eagles, 6th in the order.
And that is a swing check that doesn't go through, so it is a ball for ball number 1.
He went 1 of 4 in the second game earlier tonight, a single and a run scored. Got on 2 times with a walk on top of it.
And once again, low. He thought about swinging, but he did not, of course, for Hernandez, and that is going to be ball number 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a flinch. He kind of put the bat down a little bit towards his body that time, but luckily didn't follow through.
And once again, trying to see if they this. Oh, and
bad
throw to first. Yeah, just gets away from Noah Lynn, and that will advance the runner second for certain.
Quick throwdown from Eli Lynn behind the plate. The catcher chucked it over to Noah Lynn. Got to get those first names in there, right?
Right, because yeah, you've got the triangle. You got catcher, pitcher, and the first baseman, all Lynn's.
So I'll go ahead and give Kestner the steal to second. Actually, not real much of a steal. It was a wild throw there to first base.
True.
And time called on the mound as Lynn wants to get that runner back, Kestner to second.
And meanwhile, it is a 2-1 count. That last one was a strike from Lynn. Another strike call. That was a late call. I was expecting to see no call at all for a ball, and it would have been 3-1, but now it's 2-2 for the count.
A lot of inside pitches now coming from Lynn and causing the Eagles kind of to flinch on the left side of the plate there.
Exactly, as we get another deal from Lynn. And that is
knee level.
Wow.
Knee level. They call a strike on that one.
That looked like it was way inside, but it is called for a strike, and that is strike number 2 or strikeout number 2 for the Roswell Coyotes and for Lynn.
Actually, it should be 3, but of course the third strike was dropped on Kestner, and that's why he's at second right now after a wild throw to first. So the Eagles still getting a chance to score. They can put something together here.
Yeah, that would have been the end of the ending as well. And instead, though, it may be, yeah, he got tagged out on that one. He was trying to be greedy, got caught at third on that bit of a wild pitch, but not wild enough. And that is the end of the inning.
Well, you notice, Ron, what happened was the catcher, Lynn, purposely let that ball hit off his chest plate there, chest protector, purposely knocked it down the third baseline because he knew the runner was going to bite on that. Kestner was already halfway between second and third, and that's what you do as a catcher. You're going to make it look like you bobbled it, dropped it, whatever you want to do there, and you're going to get caught. And that was a perfect throw right on the corner of that third place bag towards the line there, and got the swipe he wanted.
And whether it was the coach's fault or the runner's fault, either way, aggressiveness didn't pay off. We're at the top of the third here in just a moment. We got a ties game, 0-0. Come back with us on the Eagle Network.
Top of the third inning, Roswell back at the plate. Kind of a defensive battle going on right now. 0-0 to score. Winner will take the series, which is pretty important when it comes to the playoffs. Hobbs was 1-2 against Roswell last year, but ended up second in the district at 4-6.
Yeah, Johnson still on the plate, or mound, as he is pitching right now. And that is a outside ball for ball number one. He is going up against Eli
Lynn, the catcher, who flew out back in the first inning, his second time at bat now. Ooh, curveball inside and a pirouette there by Lynn, and trying to dodge his way from that pitch. It almost hit his hip. I think it might have got him kind of twirling the way he didn't want to, and he was shaking his head after that one.
Yeah, sometimes your cleats get stuck, and it can get you in awkward positions. As he takes that one, looks like it's going to be not fouled. It's going to be going to the left. It does find the ground.
Right.
And that will be for a hit. So he has a single to his name right now. As that, once again, we talked about it earlier, in other games where Roswell is able to get their leadoff hitter to get on base, and that's the same situation right now. 0-0, and it's important with no outs.
Do you notice how he changed his bat on that one? And he placed the ball out there, and Wright kind of crossed over with that one and just kind of lunged out at it and dropped it right down shallow right.
Yeah, and Noah Lynn is the big hitter for Roswell. Takes a big cut on that one and does get it foul. Comes back towards us to the backstop.
He was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. It looks like Roswell sent in a courtesy runner as well. That's Greathouse, the junior. He's first time in either one of these games tonight. He's the runner now.
And they probably sense the fact that the runs are going to be very few and far between as Lynn takes that one. It is a ball. 1-1 is the call.
Roswell now at the 3-0 hit count versus the Eagles at this point with single Lynn, double Loya, and single Lynn, Luke Lynn.
All right, so far it's been the Lynn show. As that one is taken to the third baseman. Could be a double play. No, not quite. As then I got the call from the wrong guy. It was the Roswell guy, but the coach. But looks like he will be safe at first. Noah Lynn is.
That was a nice job pulling the trigger there, Gonzalez. He's having an excellent defensive couple of games here tonight. Able to get the throw over to Montez at second and pick off the one runner. Just barely shy of the double play, as you mentioned. But, boy, I really got to like that Gonzalez play out there at third base. Very active, moving around for balls left and right of himself.
Exactly, as that was at least one out for Hobbs. So that did stop the runner to go to second, but it still advanced to first base for Noah Lynn, as that one was called a strike.
Fielder's choice on that last play. Isaac Loya now up next. He's got a double back in the first inning, so he's got the one of three hits for the Coyotes.
No wonder I was reading that number wrong. I was trying to figure out where I was getting that at. As he sees that one, and it goes well outside for ball two. Isaac Loya, yes.
Hernandez always doing a good job at catcher, sliding over, putting his body on the line there. Does not want those balls to get through, especially with the runner on base at first.
I know, with one out, you don't want anybody at scoring position, and that's what Hobbs is trying to avoid. As that one is, well, I was expecting a strike, but no. Instead, we get a 3-1 call.
Johnson has a very unique kick up. Once he releases the ball, he kind of kicks his foot up laterally in the air. I don't know if that's just some extra momentum or what he's doing. Then a quick throw down to first as he connects with Alvarado over there. But runner gets back and getting a big mouth of field turf in his teeth. Of course, yesterday was some dirt up there in Roswell around the base paths and also on the mound and at home plate as well. So Roswell, one of the few teams that still is working on that natural stuff.
Well, it is a new field, so, yeah, I didn't expect that, though. And that one is going to go deep to the left. It looks like it could be. No, it is going to be foul, just long foul.
Deep corner left there, and putting on the cylinder, the pumping action. Armendariz trying to get over there and had to go deep to the corner of the fence, but knew that was going to go foul, but didn't know if he had enough energy to get underneath that to make the catch and probably go head first into the metal fencing out there.
Exactly, and they would have loved to have had a freebie as far as getting an easy out. That one just did not qualify. As the third baseman Loya is backing off to take time out. He finally did take time out as the count is now at 3-2, full count.
Of course, both teams with 7 seniors, 7 juniors for Roswell, and Hobbs is more top-heavy than the sophomores. They come with 6 compared to 2 for Roswell.
Yeah, they got some youth, but you wouldn't know it sometimes when they play. And that is a strikeout. Loya thought it was going to be ball number 4, but instead he gets struck out for that one. So that is, 2 for Johnson on this game so far, as he is looking strong with his fastball.
Yeah, he was off to the races up that first baseline. Didn't throw the bat yet, but he got called back, or not called back. The umpire pointing towards the dugout said, that's the out that you weren't waiting for.
Exactly. You thought that was a ball? Well, no, it's a strike. And that one is going to get away from the catcher just a little bit, won't advance the runners, as that is a ball call.
Jacob Palomino. Yeah, Palomino went the distance in that loss 4-3 to Hobbs in that second game that we had just minutes ago. And he is one of a couple that did strike out against Hobbs earlier.
Didn't he have a single in the first?
Yep, curveball inside. That's going to go foul left. God, he just kind of jumped across the plate once he got contact and kind of knew that that thing was going to helicopter into the parking lot.
Exactly, but did make contact, just didn't make it at the right moment. So Palomino looking at a count of 1-1 against Johnson. And that one goes back for foul, and that is strike number 2.
Looked like a little changeup look there from Canyon, is trying to give a little bit of a different look. Just needs another out, and Forsythe would be at second right now with the runner at first.
Exactly. Either way, either you can strike him out or get that force out like you mentioned. As that one is delivered a little off. Just looked like it wasn't on target on that one as it goes to 2-2. Of course, he had that pitch to play with.
Hernandez jumped on the slippery slide that time and went off to the right, just sliding on his knees.
Yeah, definitely being active on that one, making sure that it keeps in front of him so he doesn't advance any runners. Johnson is delivering that one, and that is going to be foul coming back towards us.
Kind of a half-hearted lunge at the ball that time, just barely got off the edge of his bat and didn't get the extension or the strength behind that swing, and kind of tapped it behind himself. Then he was already looking backwards because he knew he had no chance to go out into the field anywhere.
Exactly. Looked like it was, I'll try it anyway, and it didn't quite work out. As Palomino once again makes contact, and this one is also going to go just overhead of us, as it is another foul. No change in the count as we go to 2-2 still for Palomino against Johnson.
Umpire immediately calls for new baseballs as Roswell's starting to foul these off quite a bit, and Palomino quite a few himself. Getting kind of cooler out here at Sportsman's Park. Game 2 of this doubleheader tonight. Game 3 of the actual series after last night's game. Then Hobbs on the road next week with Clovis and at home for one game.
Oh, swing and a miss on that one. Just could not get any connection to that whatsoever. And that will end the inning. Once again, Palomino swinging and missing on that one for strike number 3. But we do have 3 innings so far, at least the top of the 3. And we are still tied at 0-0. Come back in just a moment with more action right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Hobbs coming back to the plate now, trying to get some offensive action going on here. They have a 0-0 ball game at this point, but the problem is don't have any hits yet and did strike out their last 3 times have been at the plate. Definitely, or actually 2 out of the 3. Definitely would like to see something start working to their advantage.
Absolutely. As the shortstop comes up, Fuentes is he's going to be first up to bat for the Hobbs Eagles in this 3rd inning, bottom of the 3rd. And like you said, tied at 0-0. They want to break this tie and get the lead for Hobbs. But that one looks like it's going to be just outside for the call of a ball for Fuentes. Earl Lynn, or not Lynn. Well, I know it's Lynn, but there's 2 others. It's he's on the mound. As that is going to be going straight over to shortstop, who was just in front of the second baseman, was able to get that one. Of course, that was Palomino, and Sanchez playing second for the Roswell Coyotes. Already it is 1 out for Hobbs, not going the right way so far in this bottom of the third inning, as that was an out.
It's going to bring up Christian Montez, 8th in the order for the Eagles. He's just 1 of 5 in the 2 games so far in this series. Didn't get any hits in that last game tonight, earlier tonight I should say. But game 1, he was able to get 1 single.
He usually gets at least a walk or two during a game, but so far has not done that in this series, like you mentioned.
I actually got that out of order. He had a single earlier tonight and no hits last night on the road.
Well, that was a big swing and a miss for his first strike 1. As that one is just outside, did not chase it. Probably wouldn't have been able to hit it even if he wanted to. It was that far out for a ball. 1-1 is the call. As they are quick to deliver, and that one looks like it just escaped his hand, hit the ground before it got to the base, or the home base, and definitely was a ball.
That cricket pitch on that one hit the sticks on the side of the plate.
I know. We are talking a lot about cricket during this. Usually we don't. That one was high. That was the opposite of the last pitch. One went low, one went high. Now he's got to adjust himself again. Otherwise, he may walk Montez. And like I said, he hasn't been walked lately, and he usually gets a walk or two during the game.
He waited on that one right at the bottom of the strike zone that time, a little inside, and now he's got a full count to deal with as Montez.
Yeah, split the difference between those last 2 pitches, was able to get it over the strike zone, and now it's a full count. And that one is going to go high, and it's going to stay in the infield. Looks like it's going to be called off by Noah Lynn, and he's able to corral it and get the second out of this inning quickly, of course. And that means Montez is unable to get to first base.
Notice Noah Lynn, the big kid out there at first base. He wasn't going to let anybody take that fly ball in the infield from him. He went right in front of Sanchez, the second baseman. I didn't see any wave off or anything, but the bulk of Noah Lynn would have probably completely run over Sanchez if he would have tried to get in the way on that one.
Exactly. Neither way, he took charge of that one and made it his own. That was a swing and a miss. Or actually, no, that was a strike on that first pitch.
That's Saul Armendariz working on his second hit of the series against Roswell. He got the double last night on a stolen base. Earlier tonight, he was 0 for 3. He almost had another hit, but there was an error on the shortstop's part for Roswell, and then flew out twice after that.
Yeah, the left fielder, Saul Armendariz, would like to get something going with his bat with 2 outs. And that one is a called strike. He is down on the count, though, already 1-2, as that last one before was a ball. And let's see what he does with this one. Like I said, he would like to get his batting average up a little bit. Needs to get contact. And that one is going to be strike 3 call, but it is dropped. Is he able to get it in time? No.
Yes, he does. They get the catch made at first and a stomp.
No, I meant
right in front of the right in front of the runner, right in front of the runner there. But Hobbs is having an issue right now, Ron. All their contact has been on the infield, ground outs and flies. And nothing in the outfield at this point, so that's the issue. We got to get some more power out there.
Exactly, but on the other side of the field, they're not doing much better. Roswell isn't hitting as much as well. But we're getting the bottom of the third. We're going to go to the top of the fourth. The tie game 0-0. We'll be back in just a moment right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Still 0-0 here at Sportsman's Park. The last game of the series between the two teams, both 1 win and 1 loss each. Of course, last night 10-0 Roswell on the road for Hobbs. Earlier tonight, 4-3 win for the Eagles. That's why we're tied at 1-up. Clouds are starting to cover up a bit. The temperatures are dropping, and you're kind of just waiting for the big mistake to get one of these teams over the hump in this third game, Ron, the rubber match.
Yep, and here is the DH, Lujan, as he's coming up for his at-bat. Top of the fourth as he's trying to get something going for the Roswell Coyotes. Johnson still on the mound.
Rico Lujan ground to short back in the second inning. It is first at bat.
And that is going to be called a strike, at least with the this umpire. Even though it seems to be a little unorthodox, he's calling it both ways, so you can't complain about that. That is a swing and a miss right there. Looked like a half-hearted swing from Lujan. In any case, missed the ball.
Fastball low, too, and he came over the top of it, did Lujan. He's a big kid.
He is, and the DH is down on the count. But he does get that one, and it could be sneak by. It's going to be thrown, and that's
Fuentes, the shortstop. Got behind second base, and I think he might have hurt his lower back. He kind of crunched down. Was he trying to throw and threw a sidearm? He knew it wasn't going to get to first, but just tried to get it over there to keep the runner at first.
Yeah.
But I think I got a feeling he wrenched his lower back on that one because he was right off the behind second base and got more out into the outfield and might have got caught on the lip there and took him down.
He was already in an awkward position when he did it. I don't think he should have thrown it, but because of him being competitive the way he is, he went ahead and threw it. You're right, he may have hurt his back, and he also, in the process, when he threw the ball, didn't make it to first. In fact, it actually hit the umpire, so they called the ball dead, and so there was no advance.
Gave him the first base there, and the whole team is out there right now, off to the left behind second base in the shallow outfield there, and hopefully they can get him picked up off the carpet. 3 or 4 staff members coming off the side for the Eagles, training staff there to tend to. We'll take a quick break. 0-0 your score as the Hobbs Eagles on the defense. Roswell at the bat, and we'll come back and see what's going on out there in the outfield with the injured shortstop Fuentes for the Eagles.
Yes. Well, luckily Fuentes looks like he's going to stay in the game as it is still Roswell in control. Well, not in control, but at bat. And let's see, it looks like it's going to be watery eyes. No, I'm kidding. Sanchez at bat. And that one is brought backwards to the backstop for the first strike. Johnson still on the mound, getting some really good stuff going on and looking to get another victory for his career here in Hobbs. And that one looks like it's going to be just outside, though. We have one runner on with no outs for Roswell. That last hit still counted, even though it looked like it was painful for Fuentes trying to get that over to first.
Savino Sanchez at the plate, flew to short back in the second inning. 3 hits so far for the Coyotes. Fastball low, outside for the ball.
I was waiting for that call, but never happened. So, yep, you were right about that. It is a ball call. 2-1 is the count.
Sanchez 7th in the order for the Coyotes. Bogle and Luke Lynn, to round out the order for the second time through the lineup.
As we continue to wait on Johnson, deliberately slower. And that one just missed the mark on the bottom for a ball 3. So 3-1 is the count.
Definitely don't want to give another base runner here.
No.
This is going to be another low-scoring affair. You just got the feel of that as we've seen in this after the second game.
I know, unless an inning just gets out of control. And that one is hit over to left, and it looks like Saul Armendariz is going to be able to – nope, he did not. Tried to slide, and, just missed it barely as it hits the turf, and it goes for a long single. So we've got runners on first and second for Roswell.
And Sanchez didn't like that. When he made contact, he kind of slammed the bat in his hands as he ran up the first baseline. He thought that was too shallow. It was going to be enough time for Armendariz to come up and make the catch. He kind of slid, as you said, towards that third baseline, halfway out in left field, and I guess misjudged it to last second. It might have hit off the side of his glove that time, and unfortunately, that gives enough time for the runner to get to first.
And you never know when the wind is a factor on those kind of plays, as that is a swing and a miss right there for the Roswell player. And, he just tried to get a big hack on that one. Of course, that is Bogle, the right fielder.
That play out in left field did go down as an error, not a single.
That is a quick swing and a miss for strike number 2. It was fouled off the bat. It also hit the umpire, so.
Hit Hernandez, too, the catcher behind home plate. And the umpire goes out and hands the ball to Canyon as Johnson came and got the ball halfway.
Right.
The umpire gives a little pump fist there to Hernandez behind the plate as he returns to make the next call. 0-2 count, though, so big lead on the count there for Johnson on the mound.
Yeah, and Bogle is looking at the hole right now, and this could be any kind of pitch. But instead, it's a strike as Bogle just watched it go by. And, yeah, it was definitely a kind of a statement right there saying that, you know what, we don't need any more scores. We got 2 on right now, and we need to stop this from bleeding more than it already has. So
that's
1 out.
That's the 5th K now for Canyon Johnson, facing the 9th batter, Luke Lynn, who got a single back in the 2nd.
And one of the 3 Lynn's, and Luke is setting up to see what he can do bat-wise. This time, it looked like it actually hit Lynn, but did not.
How did it not?
I know.
It looked like it right to his left hip there, or his butt at least. It was sticking out, and maybe that's sometimes they don't call it. If they see a body part being extended, that's the batter's problem.
Right, and if, of course, we've also found out if they don't try to get out of the way and they do get hit, then it's not called a hit by pitch.
Yeah, especially when it's not in the box. I mean, he was backing out that time and just kind of stayed solid as he took about a step back.
Right. 2-0 is the count for Lynn right now. As that one definitely was a hit.
Elbow on the right side, inside arm. He's trying to extend that as he runs up the first baseline. He'll get a freebie on that one, and you hate to see that. You dodge one bullet, but then you turn around and throw another pitch, and he's hunched over at first base right now. Bogle not feeling, or make that Lynn not feeling real good. I think he's coming out of the game, and he can have a runner come out to take his spot out there at first base.
And you're correct about that. Yeah, he's going to take a moment to be able to recuperate from that hit.
But that's not the place you want to get. That might be the funny bone or maybe just the elbow itself as courtesy runner Julian Amador checks out there, one of their seniors.
And Chondo is at bat right now for Roswell with the bases loaded and just 1 out. Hobbs needs to get very defensive if they want to continue to keep this game close.
Top of the order for the 3rd time on Chondo, 0 for 2, flew out and got a strikeout.
And already the count at 1-1.
Another thing, too, Coach Lujan's got to be careful of how eager with these base runners, too. I mean, you got bases loaded, so any type of hit, you're going to have to move people. But got to make sure because he got burned on that in game 2. He had a guy off the bag and didn't tag up on the fly to left and ended up went back and stomped the base for an out after the play was done.
Exactly. Or, there's one time earlier that we saw a nice double play. They hit right into it. It was very easy, and Hobbs was able to make it so easy looking as well.
1-2 pitch coming from Johnson.
And that just barely comes off his bat, so foul call. Keeps him alive at 1-2.
Very low pitch, and on Chondo got out the golf club that time and tried to knock it into the fairway, but went backwards instead.
Yeah, almost was working on his putts. As that one is going to be also hit and fouled. Out of play.
Johnson moved the pitch up a little higher that time. Kind of some half-hearted swings for Chondo, not getting the full extension and the muscle behind the swings, and that's why it's coming off the bat at weird angles.
Correct. As Johnson delivers another pitch. That one's going to be a little off, but he did have the pitch to play with, as it is now going to be 2-2 the call.
Nice save for Hernandez behind the plate for the Eagles. Got his body behind that one off to the right side of home plate and making sure those runners don't come through for a first run of the ball game. Fastball low and outside. So staying alive now, full count as Chondo has got a big swing of the bat here. Got to protect the plate, but does not want to keep it in the infield with bases loaded at this point. Double plays could injure scoring chance.
Exactly. If he gets a single, though, he could get an RBI. And that one is going to be to the right, and it's going to be corralled by, of course, our first baseman,
Alvarado with the glove catch there. He had a couple of teammates, second and right, coming out to help him that time. And, again, he was very acknowledging the fact that there was a runner at third and kind of waiting to see what he was going to do. And I'm sure he probably would have started charging down that first baseline towards home just to see what that runner was going to head back or not. But a good job of keeping the head up to see what the base paths were looking like with the fly catch.
Exactly. Plus, Roswell's already learned their lesson about not tagging up after a caught ball. So this time around, that is going to be, well, it looked like it was going to be a fastball down the middle, but instead it is called a ball for Johnson.
Actually, that's Eli Lynn there at the plate now. He's 1 of 2 with a single and a flyout.
And that is going to be fouled backwards. So he did make contact, but wasn't at the right moment. And that is going to be a called strike. 1-1 is the count.
Lynn just 1 of 5 in the previous 2 games against the Eagles in the last 2 days.
So has not been as productive as he would like to be. A little low, though. Some people are like, they're woo-ing that one as they thought that was going to be another strike call, but instead it's a ball.
Of course, coming up next, Noah Lynn, his brother, 3 of 5, including that home run last night, 3-run homer.
Yeah.
Trying to not have him come in too quickly.
Exactly, as I'm sure his mouth is watering as much as his brother's is, as he swung on that one, tried to take a big cut on it and missed altogether for a strike. So 2-2 is the count, one more strike, and we get out of this inning without any harm done.
Nice high pitch there from Lynn, or for Johnson. Little changeup look, kind of slides off to the right of the plate though, and of course sliding with it was Hernandez, and keeps it going here with a full count. And 1 out is all the Eagles need. Any base can be tagged, and that would be it.
Exactly. Eli did not chase that last one, so it is a full count, and that is going to be more of a defensive kind of bat as he he started his swing, but then tried to get out of the way of the ball.
Yep.
Ended up hitting it. It was a foul ball.
Yeah, it could have almost been a hit, but I think he hit pitch on the player, but he stepped into the plate and then also got part of the handle of it too. And he kind of looked back at the umpire. I thought maybe he's going to get a freebie, which would have been a run scored too with the bases loaded, but he did get a piece of the bat with it as well.
Exactly. I could hear it from here. And that time around, once again, does get a piece of the ball, but it does go back for another foul. This one's going a little longer as far as his time at bat.
That went off the handle, and he's kind of choking up way close to that plate, and that's why he can't get the extension he wants to keep it in the field of play instead of fouling.
Yeah, plus Johnson looks like he's keeping it on the inside. And that one is going to be hit up the middle, but it's going to go to shortstop. Fuentes, though, did get it, but was unable to corral it. And now we've got 2 runs that have scored on that one play.
He got the glove down to the field turf. He was heading towards second base. Fuentes, the shortstop, and got stuck in his glove and kind of just rolled out of the end of it, and just enough time for runners to advance. And then, of course, the second run comes through, and the ball long throw.
Exactly, and unfortunately that would have been an easy out on any base. Could have just got it out and would have ended the inning. However, now it's a 2-0 game at the top of the 4th. Roswell does have the lead now.
Sanchez and Lujan both scoring for Roswell. That will go down as an error course for Fuentes. And now we got runners at first and second, 2-0. That's what we mentioned just a few seconds ago, Ron, is that mistakes might be the difference in this very close ball game.
Exactly. Noah Lynn now is up. He's a big hitter. And looks like, though, Hobbs is going to pitch to him, and they did on that one with a strong fastball for making it a strike. In fact, that is the second strike called.
He was hit by a pitch first time, fielder's choice on the second at-bat.
This time around, he does knock it up. This time it goes past Fuentes, and it's a possibility if they don't get it home in time. Yeah, he is safe.
RBI single.
So, yes, an RBI single for Noah Lynn, as that does advance the runner to score, and it does also give Roswell, once again, another 3-0 lead. They had a 3-0 lead in the last game, which is number 2 for the series.
Talk about a gutsy call, Ron. Coach Lujan there at third base in the box, screaming about that, getting his runner home. And now Coach Boyle's going to step out and question the umpire about maybe the tag being made on that one. But hard shot, though, right close to second base. A couple of those really forcing Fuentes to kind of move as quickly as he can to get over there to help out to make the play, and that one was just a hard shot. Didn't really have much a chance to handle that one.
Exactly, but we already know that Noah Lynn has a pretty good swing on bat, as that one is going to go just a little outside for a ball.
Noah Lynn's RBI single scored his brother Luke Lynn, and thus the 3-0 lead here in the top of the 4th. We're slated for 7 in this third game of the series.
Isaac Loya is up on right now at bat as he delivers that one. Going to be either shallow or mid to center. No, actually went to left a little bit, and either way it was dropped. Yeah, it wasn't caught. Looked like Saul Armendariz made his way over there but wasn't able to corral it. And instead of having a third out, it is probably going to go as an error.
Yep.
And
almost looked like it hit his shoulder. He was Armendariz, a left fielder, running towards left center, and then the ball kind of zipped back a little bit to the left, and it might have hit his shoulder, and he tried to turn his body around, contorted it, and it wasn't a good situation. Now Coach Bowman, the pitching coach for the Eagles, is going to take a timeout, talk to the team here. I don't know if you can really blame Canyon on the last couple of plays because there have been some errors, some hard shots infield, but the one out there in the left was definitely just a fielding error.
Yeah, and because of Johnson, his size, his strength, and everything, I think this is just more of a calm down, as they do have somebody, of course, roaming up over there just on the off chance that he cannot get out of this inning anytime soon. And, of course, we'll be talking about that. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be right back in just a moment as they take a time out for the Hobbs Eagle Network. All right, well, that was a short timeout, so thank you very much for coming back with us, as it is Nicholas Gonzalez who is warming up. That's what we've been told, as Palomino is now at bat for the Roswell Coyotes.
Yeah, Gonzalez in the bullpen warming up. They did not bring him out yet,
No.
but Canyon Johnson remains on for the Eagles. Down 4-0, though, here in the top of the fourth.
Confidence has not been shaken by Johnson. Just wanted to make sure that everything was okay after, giving up 4 in the fourth, and that's something that Hobbs did not want to do at all.
Eagles with 3 errors in this game, which has been the difference in the contest.
And that is going to be a possible rundown as, actually that's also going to be a score.
Between first and second, and they got to throw to second. They're going to say the runner got to second in time. Hobbs fans are not happy about the call. Runner kind of slipped down as he comes towards second, and that will score a run for the, like you mentioned, 5-0 now. They had 5 runs yesterday in that win. They did in the second inning against the Eagles, and that was the difference in that game. And now it's 5 in this fourth inning, 5-0 the score.
And unfortunately, Hobbs was caught trying to get the run down at first and forgot all about third base. He just pretty much walked in, didn't have to slide or anything, and was uncontested with that run.
That was Noah Lynn scoring that, making it 5-0.
And that one is thrown outside after he's got the guy behind him. He's maybe distracted, maybe not, but Palomino still at bat as he looks at a 2-0 count.
5-0 in the hit count so far for Roswell.
And it gets past Fuentes on that one as it gets into outfield. Possibility of a score, and it is.
RBI single for Palomino.
Yes, indeed, as that score was, again, he didn't have to slide, but he did that for him possibly affect Loya.
You got to expect to see a pitching change pretty quick. And, yep, Coach Boyle going to start to make the hike out to the mound. Of course, his pitching coach was out there a few minutes ago, and now it's time for Boyle. Usually when you see the head coach, the ball's going to be exchanging. And we mentioned Nick Gonzalez was in the bullpen just a minute ago, so more than likely he will be the man they go to. 5-0, make it 6-0. Roswell. We'll take a quick 60-second break, get some warm-up pitches here. You're listening to Hobbs Eagle Baseball live on the internet, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Back live here at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles now trail 6-0 here in the top of the fourth. All 6 runs for Roswell. coming in this fourth inning, and they did make the pitching change. Nick Gonzalez checks in, 1-1 record on the season. So he'll be the first relief in this ball game, and kind of reminiscent of what we saw last night where they had 5 runs in the second, ended up winning 10-0, did Roswell, but Eagles got to shut them down. They only need 1 out to get out of this top of the fourth.
Yeah, and unfortunately that happened, but right now we talked about the fact that it could be one inning that could make a difference in this one, and so far Roswell has in the fourth, and it's still the top of the fourth. That was a swing and a miss right there for the first strike as we get that one set up.
Gonzalez, a 2.71 ERA. This is his 10th game so far this season. He does have 3 saves to his name as well.
Yes, he does, and he is the leader in saves.
Curveball high up towards the chin. They do the throw down to second. Stolen base going to be converted, though, as Palomino gets there.
He did slide into second, Palomino did, and almost lost the ball. Palomino could have gotten a third, but it was corralled in time, it looks like, by Fuentes. In any case, he did not advance to third, but he did get to steal to second. As it is now 1-1 the count. And that was drilled deep, of course. That
Rico
is Lujan.
Nice catch, though. Center fielder moving over for the Eagles right to left. Camacho slid over to left center to make the catch. Nice contact on that ball by Lujan, who had a single earlier. But Eagles able to corral that one high in the air. Exactly.
Needed that fly out for the third out. Did get out of the inning, but unfortunately 6 runs come across. Too many hits to mention. And they left 2 on base. But still, Hobbs has a hole to dig out of once again against this Roswell team. We'll be back for the bottom of the fourth here in just a moment right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Roswell leading 6-0 here, the bottom of the fourth at Sportsman's Park. Third game of the triple header. We had 1 last night, 2 tonight. The winner of this game will break the 1-1 records of one of these teams to make it 2-1. Looking at the numbers so far, Hobbs has no hits. They've been struck out 4 times, have 3 errors defensively. Roswell with 6 hits, 1 walk, and 5 Ks.
Juan Camacho batting up right now for the Hobbs Eagles, trying to get out of this hole of 6 runs, and they can do it. They just need to do it steadily, and they need to start with some hits.
Only the second time they're starting their batting order as well. Again, no hits at this point. As Camacho ground out to third to start the ball game. Time is called as the catcher Eli Lynn goes out and talks to his brother Luke Lynn. And that's kind of a unique situation. Brothers pitching and catching with each other, and
yeah, if anybody could be more familiar with each other, then it's usually brothers. They've done it most of their life, if not all their lives.
Of course, they have a coach as a dad for the football team as well for the Coyotes. 1-0 pitch, inside curve, and that's going to go foul right.
It's going to be interesting to have a football coach have all of his kids playing baseball, unless they play football as well. I'm sure it's an interesting conversation when they get on the at the dining table.
Of course, head coach Lujan for Roswell, his son Rico plays for the team as well.
1-1 is the count as that one goes low for a ball call. So 2-1 now is the count.
The way Camacho hippity hopped on that one, I thought it might have hit his left hip, but I guess it kind of just curved just at the last second to get away from him, and he kind of jumped away from it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But, sometimes you get something in mind, you do it just because. No, actually, he did hurt himself, look like, because he's limping a little bit.
He crouched down as he got across the plate, going from left to right over the top there, and I don't know if he hit, I was going to say a hole there, but that's field turf. I doubt there's a hole on that side of the plate, the right side, but just got too far down low, and then that's the second time somebody's gone or getting close to going down on that one.
Right, and it looks like it's going to be a full count for Juan Camacho.
Foul ball outside, and the Roswell fans are not too happy about that. They thought that should have been a K.
It's still there's still time. They could still get the strikeout, but not on that one because that was inside. Juan Camacho had to duck out of the way to get not get hit from that ball. And he does advance to first on a walk.
Yeah, that was a chin shot, getting real close to making contact on Bone that time, and he wasn't too happy out at Lynn, the pitcher, after that play. Now second in the order is going to be Gerardo Gonzalez, the third baseman. He flew over to first base on his last opportunity, and remember, this is only his second time through the order.
Exactly, and Hobbs just needs to get some rhythm going on the bats.
Right, and that time he got the ball right on the back, as that Gonzalez is not happy about that one as well. The pitches are starting to come close to body parts quite a bit here for Lynn now, and losing a little bit of control out there. That's going to bring in Josiah Martinez. Now he is the right fielder, ground to third, and we're still looking for a hit, but Hobbs now starting to get some people on the bases, which is important when you're down 6-0 at the bottom of the fourth.
Yeah, but you got to walk, a hit by a pitch, and you've got 2 on already. Not the greatest thing, not the way you want to do it. However, you do have 2 runners on, and definitely can make some noise with that, especially with no outs. But we got to see what we can do with the some more of these bats. As it is going to be, looks like they're looking for a shallow hit, possibly a bunt. That would be not a bad idea.
I know Camacho's getting a big lead off there from second, and I almost thought he was going to get caught in the throwdown for a second, but he got back. And he keeps being spied at by Lynn on the mound there, making sure he's not biting off more than he can chew.
And meanwhile, that is another fastball, but it does miss the zone for a ball. So 2-0. Pitcher's behind.
Eagles
the
can't
count
be
right now.
Eagles can't be too eager on those base paths right yet. There's only no outs on the board. You don't want to get picked off at third here,
like we did earlier. Definitely not delivering anything inside hittable.
That was a late strike call. It's,
really?
The umpire waited. He usually throws his hand straight up in the air. That time he put a fist up, but it was way late. He's kind of shaking his head behind the plate now as he knows he's getting cat call from the Hobbs Eagle fans.
Yeah, and that looked like it was, once again, just like the time before it was called a ball, but instead that is hit to the left, and it is going to be caught by the left fielder, and that is Anchado.
The ball went up high in the air that time. Not a lot of wind to take it to the left, more that he wanted it to towards the third baseline. Is not much of a shift that time for Anchando, and just kind of threw his glove up there for the last second to make the snag. But unfortunately for the Eagles, that is their first out. They're going to go to the cleanup man now, Xavier Alvarado. He was the first strikeout of the game for the Eagles back in the second inning.
Yeah, that's too bad. But, he can still redeem himself. He does have 2 on. He can get a couple of RBIs. He gets a fair hit on this one. And that one is a strike.
Yeah, takes the fastball right down the middle that time. He's just 1 for 3 in the series so far through 2 games against Roswell. Did not have a hit in game 2 earlier tonight.
Of course, he would like to improve that. As that one goes, and that is called strike. I was thinking that was down the middle as it was just watched.
Would like to duplicate what he had last night. Did have a double, which would score a run at this point, as kind of getting anxious out there is Camacho at second.
Yeah, and Alvarado just trying to get something going on, the first baseman, as he said he's been struggling at the plate.
Oh, and he waits on an 0-2 pitch on the outside, and not a good hesitation. He's mouthing something as he leaves the batting box on that third K.
Yeah, you got to watch yourself. I mean, you may be upset at yourself, but sometimes it doesn't sound like that.
That's going to be the 5th strikeout on the pitching of Lynn so far. Eagles yet to get a hit in this ball game, and that's all about baseball and offense, Ron. Hits get people on the bases. They've gotten 2 without hits at this point, but they got to get somebody around to score through and get the 6-0 lead drop down at least 1 run.
Exactly. Cole Kesner up now to bat. He's got to work with no extra outs, and he's got 2 already for the team. 2 on, though. He can still do some damage for Hobbs, but definitely needs to make contact. As that one is a strike call.
Eagles 11-8. Roswell dropped to 10-9, losing that second game earlier.
Yep, they could probably tie it up again, but Hobbs, of course, wants to get the 2-win advantage, as that one is dribbled out to second base, and he just throws it over to first, and that, of course, is Lynn
from Sanchez at second.
From Sanchez, and that is an easy 4-3 for the final out, and that is the third out of the inning. Unfortunately, Hobbs leaves 2 on, has no hits because of a hit by pitch and a walk, and they end up getting no runs as well. So we're going to go to the top of the 6th Roswell, fifth, top of the fifth. Roswell has a commanding lead, 6-0. We'll be back in just a moment right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Back here at Sportsman's Park, your Hobbs Eagles trail 6-0 as they go to the top of the fifth inning. Hobbs on defense. I'd like to thank our sponsors of Hobbs Eagle baseball throughout the season, including the Coffee House, Lasco Construction, Forest Tire, TDS, The Model, Hobbs Express, Thriftway Grocery, Lee County State Bank, Elite Home Healthcare, Innomar Pipeline, First American Bank of Hobbs, Hydrotech Services, Ampersand Media, and Devon Energy. So the Hobbs Eagles definitely like to thank those sponsors that keep these games on the radio, the internet, etc. throughout the rest of the season and the playoffs. Hobbs Eagle baseball here at Sportsman's Park. Hobbs trailing 6-0.
Yeah, and they, like I said, they got a big hole. The first thing they needed to do is just stop these bats of Roswell from continuing to connect. They've only had one good inning in the last, 7 innings so far, but still, one inning is just enough as Sanchez comes up to bat. And we're going to see what happens as we get this inning started.
All 6 runs for Roswell in the top of the fourth.
Exactly, as we are now on the top of the fifth. That one is just outside for a ball 1.
At the plate is Savino Sanchez. He got on once on an error, and then he also flew out. Hit to third is going to be scooped up, and a throw to first connect as it's Gonzalez over to Alvarado on the 5-3.
Exactly, and he was given plenty of time, was Gonzalez, to be able to get it delivered over to the first baseman. Of course, that is Alvarado, and be able to get that easy out. They need to get more of those, Hobbs does, if they want to get any chance of being able to get it into this game and try to make it a close one. They still only have 2 innings to go at this point. But 1 out, as that one is called late, but is called a strike, so goes good for Hobbs.
Of course, Nick Gonzalez is the relief pitcher on the field for the Eagles, came in the last inning.
Bogle is at bat right now for the Roswell Coyotes.
Curveball on that one, swing and a miss, and Bogle going down 0-2 in the count, and Gonzalez definitely want to pick him off for the second out if he can.
Exactly. They would love to see a strikeout right now with nobody on and 1 out. We're going to see what happens as Bogle is getting ready for this pitch. Swing and a miss, and that is going to be strike number 3.
That's his second K of the game. Bogle have to take a seat again.
So, yeah, it's for most cases what happens is you got these big swingers. It's either going to hit it and get it a good hit, or they're going to swing and just get struck out.
6 Ks issued for the Hobbs Eagle pitching. Majority of those from Canyon Johnson. But Nick Gonzalez coming on in relief definitely wants to shut down this last batter in the inning.
Exactly. Of course, that is going to be
Luke Lyon up there.
Luke Lynn, that is the one of the Lyns, of course. He is the pitcher, and he is batting for his own cause.
Late swing, and that went off the end of his bat over the Roswell dugout right side.
A little high. Lynn went back a little bit and avoided being hit. I don't think he was getting close, but still, 1-1 is the count.
Yeah, out of control curveball that almost took the brim of his helmet off that time.
Exactly.
1-1 pitch.
That one is hit deep. Looks like it's going to be just
left field.
To the right, left field, and it is caught by the left fielder. Let's see,
Armendariz, wasn't it?
Armendariz, yes.
Yeah, he actually dove for that one, landed on his back, and just kind of flipped his glove flat. Ball landed in, and kind of waiting a minute to see if they're going to call that a catch or not, and that will do it. As dodging a bullet. If that thing would have hit the turf, that would definitely would have got at least a double, because it would have taken a few seconds for his teammates to see whether that ball was on the ground or not.
Exactly. Plus, sometimes when it gets out of the way, you tend to lose track of it and take that moment or two to be able to track it down. But still, Hobbs is able to get that inning out of there. That 1 hit, no runs, no errors. As we go to the bottom of the 5th, Hobbs still down 6-0, but they come up to bat to see if they can get back into it. Of course, we'll be back here right in a moment on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Sportsman's Park, Ty Friend, Ron Gunner with you. Tiffany Stuber back at the station as your Hobbs Eagles trailing Roswell 6-0. But Hobbs trying to get back in it now here in the bottom of the fifth. And the thing that's been the difference in this game, Ron, and it's beating a dead horse and probably a no-brainer, is Hobbs does not have a hit in this contest yet, and definitely that's a problem. 5 strikeouts, and everything else, grounds or flies. They did get on base with a walk and hit by a pitch, but it ain't been good enough. Nobody's been around to home yet, and definitely need to do that when you're down 6-0.
Exactly, and does not have been able to get enough hits together, string them together to make a difference. And that one is definitely not going to make a difference because it goes foul.
That's Jaden Hernandez, who struck out for the last out of the second inning. And by the way, that second inning is where they had 3 Ks, one after the other there, to shut down the Eagles' offense, did Roswell.
Exactly, and that's part of the problem that that Hobbs is having. They're just not able to make contact. And when you're watching the balls go by and getting them called strikes, that does not help your cause.
Luke Lynn's fastball drops short right in front of the plate for the ball. Count now 1-1.
Luke Lynn still on the mound, as you mentioned, as that one goes a little high for another ball call. 2-1 is the count.
Right now, 6th in the order for the Eagles is Hernandez. And a couple more coming up. Fuentes, Martinez, and Armendariz.
That one is delivered up the middle. It could be just no, it wasn't, but looked like it was going to be close to getting at least dropping, and it
Fly
did not.
Ball out towards left center field, and going back close to that warning track out there for Roswell was Toscano, and it looked like it might have a little bit of air time to get to maybe at least to the warning track, but he stepped over to the left, made the catch, and unfortunately that will be the first out for the Eagles on the fly by Hernandez.
Yeah, it's another thing, too. They've been having trouble. Either they're striking out or they're flying out, and that one was a direct line basically to Toscano.
Fuentes now at the plate, curveball inside, goes foul left. Can hit the side fence near the Hobbs Eagle dugout and take a roll.
Maybe it's the pressure of the fact that we've only got 2 more innings to go, but Hobbs is trying to create something with their bats, and that one was a foul to the left. So just not able to get contact that's doing any good, and that one is going to be flying high to the right. Could be second baseman. Will catch it for the second out.
Yeah, Sanchez really shifting over from near close to second and going more than halfway over towards first, back by the outfield right side to make the catch, and had to kind of cross over his body to make that swipe at it. And that'll be out number 2.
Yeah, I had to move a little bit to his left so he could get that, but Sanchez was able to get it without any problems. And already 2 down at the bottom of the 6th, and Hobbs is needing to get some production fast if they want to continue playing this game.
Christian Montez at the plate now for the Eagles, takes the fastball. And right down the middle for the strike. Actually got lost off the hand or glove of Eli Lynn, the catcher, and he had to chase it in front of the plate there.
Yep.
Got to get some base runners for Hobbs, and down to the 8th in the order now for the Eagles, going second time through the lineup.
Exactly. They need to get some offense going.
Fastball high, ball 1-1 count. Only time the Eagles have been on base, a walk and hit by a pitch. That was Camacho and Gonzalez.
And this time around, it is – that looked like it was going to be called a ball, but instead, no, it is now a strike. And
fastball just kind of dropped to the bottom of the strike zone that time, count to 1-2.
Yeah, just caught the corner apparently, or just caught the bottom of it. And that is going to be a swing and a miss, unfortunately, very fast at bat.
Nice job of the catcher. He just wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to be called a drop strike as Eli Lynn got the glove down on the ground. It looked like he had control of it behind the plate there, and then just took his glove and slapped the back of the Hobbs Eagle. That was Montez for that last out. And so, Ron, you know, when you don't get base runners, there's no way to get any runs on the board, and it's not looking good at this point. But they can't afford to let any more insurance runs be added. That's what happened last night. You know, it was a 6-0 lead, then it went to 9-0 in the last top of the 7th or bottom of the top of the 7th. Roswell. They just put the game away, getting a chance to, get that 10th run, the mercy roll. And it was the bottom of the 6th, I should say.
Yeah, it was the bottom of the 6th. Yeah, just pretty much ended it right. Actually, no, it was bottom of the 5th because it was a 5-inning game.
Right.
So, yeah, it was one of those situations. Hobbs could not control it. But we'll be back in just a moment. We have a 6-0 game, top of the 7th. And it's do or die for Hobbs.
Six.
Well, not quite do or die, but it is getting closer and closer as each inning gets in. Back in just a moment right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Six 0 score here at Sportsman's Park in Hobbs as the Roswell Coyotes on the road leading over the Hobbs Eagles. Top of the sixth inning coming up for the Coyotes. 6 hits for Roswell, 0 for the Eagles. That's the big difference in this ball game. And now Roswell back at the plate once again.
Yeah, and Gonzalez still on the mound for the Hobbs Eagles, trying to get a better, of course, pitching effort and trying to get out of this inning. Starting off right away is going to be
on Chondo.
Left fielder, as he already has a 1-1 count. That was a swing and a miss. Looked like he took a big cut, tried to get some contact, but just could not make that happen. Of course, that is because of Gonzalez.
Ooh, curveball almost takes off his helmet. Didn't get the curve into the plate as he wanted. This is the 4th time they're going up through their roster batters here. Hobbs is only not even cleared 2nd time around for all 9 of their hitters.
Yeah, and that's one of the things Roswell has done is went through their lineups several times. Meanwhile, though, that was close, but it is a tag out after the third baseman. Of course, that was not Loya. It is Gonzalez. Picks it and throws it over to first and gets Alvarado to get the tag out for the first out, and that is going to help their cause because last thing that Hobbs wanted to do is have to defend those bases. And just like with Roswell's been doing well enough to be able to keep them off.
Alvarado got pulled off the base that time. Luckily, he made the great grab.
That is going to be hit over to left. It goes past Gonzalez, and gets into the outfield. And that will be considered a hit. Quick hit for Roswell once again. And now Noah Lynn is going to be up again. He has been doing some damage to Hobbs and wants to do more.
Eli Lynn, the first multi-hitter for either team in this game. That's his 2nd single. Also got on due to an error earlier, so he's been on base 3 out of 4 times. Won a gift from the Eagles. Time called, and looks like Lynn's going to go out there now and talk to his head coach, Lujan, there at third base. Noah Lynn we're talking about, and he had a RBI single earlier, also scored a run. He's been on a fielder's choice and was also hit by a pitch, so he's been on base all 3 times.
Yeah, if it was any other team, they probably would walk him because they have that opportunity. But Hobbs is going to go ahead and try to pitch to him. And that one is going to go deep. Not deep enough, though. It's going to get to the shortstop.
Fuentes.
And Fuentes is able to catch it. Luckily, once again, he did not get hurt from that play earlier. He's still able to stay in the game and make that out.
Yeah, he shifted to the left, and the ball looked like it was going to go back deep, but then the ball comes back towards the infield. Right before it hit between 2nd and 3rd, he's able to get the glove up and make the catch. And, again, that went pretty high in the air, but the wind kind of brought it back towards the infield once it was lofted out there.
Yeah, may have made it manageable. Third baseman Loya is up next for the Roswell Coyotes as it is 1 on and 2 out for Roswell. And that one is going to be considered a ball. I was expecting a call, but nope, did not get it. Barely did not clip the corner.
7 hits for Roswell in this one now.
And bam, another one directly to left. Armendariz is going to be able to catch that one easily. He caught it one-handed. And
big blast of wind comes through as soon as he does it.
Exactly, and just like that, it is 1-2-3. Hobbs is able to get out of that 6th inning, top of the 6th, with no damage doing. But they still need to make their own damage as well because they are down 6-0. Bottom of the 6th. We'll be back in just a moment right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
1 hit. Game 3 of the triple-header against the Roswell Coyotes. Your Hobbs Eagles here at Sportsman's Park won the second game 4-3 earlier tonight. Yesterday, 10-0 win for Roswell, and kind of going in the same direction we saw last year. Roswell winning game 1, 9-8. Eagles won game 2, 8-1. Then Roswell won game 3, 12-11. But this one not looking real close at this point, 6-0. But it's time for some Hobbs Eagle offense to get a spark, as they'll get Mr. Armendariz out there to try to swing the bat for the Eagles.
And if anybody can do it, well, of course, most of them can, but Armendariz can definitely get out there and make something happen, and that's exactly what he needs to do with just under 2 innings to go, and we're getting this one started. And that looks like, yeah, it was a strike. Just had to wait on the call on that one.
Fastball coming down the middle there from Lynn. Armendariz 0 for 1 with the strikeout. Eagles have been struck out 5 times so far. No hits yet.
Exactly, and they've just been held at bay as Roswell hasn't completely had their way with them, but they've made up for the mistakes that they made the last game and definitely are dominating so far. But Hobbs, all they need to do is just get one good inning, and they could get back into this one. 1-1 is the call right now, and that one is strike.
You got to wait about 10 seconds to see the fist pump on that by the umpire, but it looked like a good pitch.
Yeah.
Count now 1-2, having to protect the plate is Armendariz.
Yeah, Armendariz watched that one go by. Again, we had to wait for it to see what it was. And that one, once again,
dropped
third strike dropped, and will be considered a strikeout as he is thrown out at first.
So that's number 6 in the game. K's for the Eagles. Still looking for that first hit. Started the order for the third time now. Juan Camacho, he ground out to third and had a walk. He's only one of 2 players that have been on base in this game.
Yeah, definitely needs to get something going. I'm sure Coach Boyle is making sure that everybody knows about that. We're down 6 runs. It's not over yet, but each time we get one out, it is one less opportunity that we have to be able to get back into this game.
Not quite sure, but the whole infield went met with their pitcher, Lynn, on the mound there for a second, and not sure what that was all about.
Other than the fact that he is still in the game.
They brought back Armendariz back to home. I guess there was called a foul on that one.
Well, that one is going to be either way. Now he's out, as that is caught easily over there by Loya.
Left field fly ball.
Left field it is, Loya. As he's able to, he didn't have to move much at all to be able to get underneath that one. The wind at this point may not be much of a factor as far as those kind of hits to the outfield.
Not sure why they brought him back on that one. I didn't see any stoppage by the umpire until the runner had already advanced to first on that.
Unless there was a conference on it that we didn't see, and that one is going to go to the left, and it is going to find the gap past the shortstop, and Loya is able to get it, but not before we get to first base. Didn't even see who that was.
Yes, Juan Camacho gets the first hit of the ball game for the Eagles. He is now 1 of 2, a single and a walk. Did it on due to an error. So Camacho's the only guy that's been on base. He got first one was a ground out. He had a single and a walk, so he's been on 2 out of the 3 times.
So Camacho looking for or eyeing the player of the game as Gonzalez is up now.
He gets a piece of it, too, and hitting that towards Coach Boyle on that third base foul side.
And it looks like that Boyle has told him basically any kind of pitch that you see that looks good, please swing at it. And so far they did, but that was a foul call for strike 1.
Yeah, he just wants to see some clean physical contact on the ball, and you got to get more hits than what we've seen in this game so far.
Yeah.
Quick throw down to first there and not in time.
This isn't going like the games of the past where, like for Santa Fe, they were able to walk some runs in. This time around, Roswell is being very stingy, not allowing anything like that to happen, and definitely not going to walk any runs in. Swing and a miss for strike number 2.
A nice fastball there from Lynn. Gonzalez got swung around there at the plate and didn't get the footing that he wanted there. He flew out to first and was hit by a pitch earlier in the game.
And Gonzalez just now needs to protect the plate at the very least, as he has 1 on. We also have 1 out. And that was going to be driven deep down the center, and also does find the ground. So fortunately, that center fielder there is Sanchez. No, not Sanchez. Tricito, as he is unable to get that, catch that, as all 3 were converging. All 3 Coyotes looked like any one of them could have caught it, but instead missed the opportunity and allows Hobbs a little bit of breathing room as far as, a little bit of a pulse now.
Back-to-back hits here, singles for the Eagles, Camacho and Gonzalez. Hobbs has had some comebacks like this and definitely need to keep getting people around the bases to get their first run of the game. 2 hits in a row for Hobbs.
Yeah, they call it small ball, and you just need to continue getting those hits. And that time around, it looks like it was was that a strike? No, it was a ball call, thankfully, to Martinez.
Josiah Martinez 0 for 2, ground to third and flew to left.
Yep, the right fielder is up to see if he can get some RBIs as well as maybe just a nice hit.
Eagles getting aggressive on the bases, too. Camacho had a big leadoff, almost halfway to third, and had to come back after that pitch.
And, Roswell has been able to catch pick off a runner. Looking to see the same thing as that was a 2-0 count right now.
Ooh, that ball went low and almost hit the plate. Nice save. The catcher is able to pop in front of it, Eli Lind, and bounce it into the third base line just in case that runner Camacho was trying to advance.
Now the key is looks like he's going to bunt, Gonzalez is, or is it going to be a simple matter of loading up the bases?
He pulls out of it on that left side.
But they did find the corner for a strike, so the count is now 3-1.
Force out for Roswell will be at third with runners at first and second for the Eagles. 1 out. Eagles trail 6-0 here in the top of the 6th. Or bottom of 6th.
And that is going to load the bases as he has walked. Martinez is. And that is going to be the Hobbs Eagle faithful are very happy about that, but still that does not guarantee a run. We still need some hits.
3 in a row in terms of base runners now. Single, and walk with Camacho, Gonzalez, and Martinez. So they got 2 hits and 1 walk. 2 walks total for the game for the Eagles, and anything now could get them a score, but they have 1 out. So keep it away from the bases if possible.
And Alvarado, first baseman, is up now. As he swings that one once again. The ball finds the ground but does not escape. So no advanced runners on that one.
Yeah, but he's been a strikeout victim so far with 2 Ks up to this point.
Right, so he needs to swing smart or swing wisely. Well, right now he is ahead of the count. He has got a 2-0 count, so looks like once again maybe we were wrong about the fact that Roswell is going to be stingy about it and could give a run up on a walk. We'll see.
And maybe even an RBI even with the walk here.
And that one is going to be fouled off. Looked like it was inside anyway. Could have been a pop-up fly, but instead connected late. And it goes off to the left, foul.
Just doesn't want any type of dribblers towards the bases here. If you're going to make contact, you got to get some oomph behind it and at least a shallow hit to move somebody around to score.
Exactly, and Alvarado would like to find the gap anywhere to advance some runners.
Fastball high, takes the third ball call there. And now he's got 1 pitch to burn. I mean, there's going to probably be a chance for a fastball here. Not a softball throw, but something that's might entice him to swing. Oh, it's a low shot.
And it's a wild pitch as well, so it's definitely going to score. Well,
yeah.
It would have been, yeah. So
walk,
I guess it wouldn't matter.
Double walks issued back-to-back there. That'll be an RBI as well for Alvarado with a good eye. And now the Eagles get on the scoreboard finally, 6-1. That's going to be a time call for Roswell. Pitching coach heading out there right now. Does not want to see the Eagles claw their way back into this contest as Coyotes were up 6-0 before that score came across for Hobbs.
Exactly, broke the yoke. The goose egg is gone, as they say. 6-1 is the score. And you're right, Roswell does not need to or want any more of this problem with runs. You've already got the bases loaded right now. That's 3 runs. If they get those in, it'd be a 6-4 game. And, of course, the batter would continue that on. So it's one of those maths adds up, and just got to get this out.
And the guy that's coming up here in just a second will be Cole Kestner. He had that home run in the game earlier tonight. So home run, yes, definitely would be some grand slam. Exactly would be nice at this point in time. Just a reminder on the schedule for next week, there's been some schedule changes. Hobbs Eagles will not play Thursday, Friday. It'll be Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday will be the home game here at Sportsman's Park. That'll be at 5 o'clock. And the doubleheader in Clovis on Thursday at 4:30. That is a change in the schedule due to umpire issues. So that's something you need to make note of. Fastball down the middle to Kestner. He gets some good contact, but it's heading towards the JV field on the right. Foul ball.
And that's not the way you want to start. However, you do want to make some contact, so you're still alive. But, yeah, 0-1 is the count right now. And Hobbs would definitely – if he gets a home run, they're going to lose their minds.
0 for 2 at the plate, though, it's Kestner in this game. Fastball outside, low for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. And Kestner – just got to keep his eye on the ball and keep his feet planted and not lunge after stuff. He does not want to hit into a double play here.
Be patient. Be very patient on this one.
Fastball high for ball 2.
Just outside. Looked like it was not even close. And Kestner did not chase that one, luckily. So, yeah, he's still alive. And he is getting chance from the bullpen over there. As that one is hit hard, and it could go just left field.
High in the air.
But not enough, as it is caught.
That's going to be a sac fly, though. We'll score a run. Definitely important to get somebody to come across the plate. So nice job out there at left field to make the catch. Pretty deep there.
Loya.
Franchando. And that will score an Eagle run. Definitely important because now it's going to be opportunities to still get in back in this game. There will be another inning after this, the 7th, but Hobbs trying to chip away here in the bottom of the 6th.
But they would do their own good. They would do their good. They would do good if they got at least half of it back. You know, you've already got 2 down. If you get 1 more, at least you don't have to work so hard in the 6th or the 7th. Of course, they also have to stop Roswell first. That's the main key right there. But they're still alive.
Juan Camacho getting the run on that. An RBI sack there for Kestner. 2 RBIs in a row with Alvarado and Kestner, and it's now 6-2. Time called in the infield as the umpire comes over and makes sure everybody's set. Coach Boyle is going to walk out on the field and have a comment for the ump out there. And he must not be happy about something because I'm not sure why he would come all the way out on the field for that. Runners at first and second. 2 outs, though. The force out at third for Roswell's D.
Well, sometimes it's like, like you do in football. You ice the kicker. Maybe they're icing the pitcher a little bit, trying to make him think about what's going on with 2 outs and 2 on.
Luke Lynn has gone the distance so far for Roswell. And now we're back to live action. As that's going to opportunity for Hernandez, who's 0 for 2 now. Struck out and flew out earlier.
He can definitely make a difference, as that one is a low ball.
Curve inside, too. And he stayed right where he needed to be. Solid feet in the box that time to not back away from that one. Made the umpire make the call.
All right.
And a good eye for the first ball.
So Hobbs once again trying to get something on, and did, as he gets that past the second baseman, and gets, of course, past Sanchez. And that is actually going to make a run score.
And that's going to be Martinez coming across.
So a single RBI. Did not advance the first one other than second. So he's still in scoring position at second base. Didn't go to third. Maybe a smart move. Not want to get that extra out before needed.
Yeah, you start to wonder about Roswell's pitching staff. They're going to have to make a decision here. not Jacob Palomino, reading the wrong number here. Xavier Alvarado coming on for the Eagles. He'll go to first.
Yep.
And then back in the box, we're ready to go as Jason Fuentes steps up, 0 for 2, flew to short. Another fly out as well.
Hero.
And 2 outs now, first and second runners for the Eagles. Takes the first pitch low and outside for ball 1.
Yeah, and he's. I think what he's trying to do is with those inside pitches, he's trying to get a pop-up fly to be able to get out of this inning, but so far nobody's been biting on it. As Lynn looks back at second. Going to deliver, and that's going to be just off for a ball.
Single innings productive 1 time each for Roswell. 6 runs scored in the 4th, and Hobbs got all 3 of their runs here in the 6th, but they still got another out to work with, trying to add on to those numbers.
You're right. Both sides have had one good inning to be able to score. Hobbs, though, could really use another hit to be able to get more runs in.
Fastball low on that one. 3-0 count. Big lead on the count now for Fuentes. He can burn a few pitches if he needs to.
Right, and if he needs to, he can also get walked, and he does, to load the bases.
Yeah, low pitch on that one back-to-back, and now that's going to get everybody on the bags, and a time called as Lynn wants to talk to Lynn.
Right.
And discuss how they're going to try to get out of this jam. Coach Boyle saying why we don't have anybody warming up there in the batter's circle here. Nobody was swinging the bats, and that's a problem. I mean, you guys don't get warmed up. We got to keep this hitting going. I'm not kind of surprised people are just camping out in the the dugout over there.
Exactly, especially when the weather is getting a little chillier now. There, it looks like they're going to keep them, but we got Fuentes, who is on first. He is the tying run, and of course the batter who's coming up next, he's going to be the the lead.
I think he might have he's got Luke coming in back here at this spot. Luke has getting his first chance to swing the bat in this game. Luke Parrish.
Yes, he is.
He comes in for Christian Montez. So Parrish getting his first attempt here. Definitely somebody that you can rely on getting on base. One of the best on-base percentages on the team.
Exactly, yeah. 417 or around there is what his batting average is. So he's always good at the batter's box. As that one is inside, a wild pitch as well. Looks like it's going to score one, and it does. As Hobbs has got 4 in the bottom of the 6th, and that is Alvarado, who does come across the base. And now that puts it on second and third. We got 2 in scoring position, as now Luke Parrish is still at bat. And
Luke Lynn, the pitcher, gets the RBI on that one in a negative sense for the Coyotes.
Right.
6-4 is the score. Taking a lot more time before he throws the ball here.
And that one is hit to the third baseman, and unfortunately he was able to corral it. And but it is an error, looks like, because it got past the first baseman. Luke is going to go to second, score 2. That's basically a single RBI or two-run RBI.
Well, actually not an RBI because it was error.
Oh, it is? All right. So
error is going to
anyway, either way, 2 have scored.
And all of a sudden, up 6-6.
All of a sudden, we have got a game going on here. Looked like Hobbs was going to be able to struggle to get a couple of runs. Now they've got 6.
Yeah, definitely falling apart is Roswell. So we've had, like we said earlier, an inning of each. 6 runs for Roswell in the 4th, 6 for the Eagles here in the bottom of the 6th. Well, that's going to really light up that 7th inning to see who's going to have the 2 wins out of this series.
Yeah, Luke Parrish is at second. Armendariz is at the bat, but takes that one for a called strike.
Armendariz 9th in the order. He's due for a hit. He's 0 for 2, struck out and flew to left field. Hobbs still working on that 2 outs. That's been going on for quite a few minutes now.
And they've had really good luck this year.
Late swing on that for Armendariz on the fastball and a miss. So he's now facing an 0-2 count and a runner at second, which would break the tie.
Exactly, and they want to get at least one more run to be able to get to the top of the 7th and shut down Roswell to get out of this game altogether, but they got to score. And that one's going to be a chipper, and it's going to get over the shortstop, and that looks like it will score Luke Parrish as he slides in.
RBI single.
And he does advance to second. Safe at second is Alvarado. So he gets a single RBI and advances to second. So very nice hitting. Hobbs faithful, of course, on their feet cheering as Hobbs Eagles have grabbed the lead for the first time in this game, 7-6. We're still in the bottom of the 6th, so we still have one more inning to go.
The funny thing about it is, and the good thing about it is, all 4 of the Eagles' hits have come in this inning after having none up until here in the bottom of the 6th. Lujan, the head coach of Roswell, going to go out there. Usually the head coach means going to be a yank at the mound.
Oh, yeah.
As Luke Lynn has been the guy since the first inning, and it's now 7-6, your Hobbs Eagles with the lead.
I mean, he was throwing well, but unfortunately, like you said earlier, the wheels just started falling off, and before you knew it, Hobbs just chipped away. We were expecting 2 innings it would take, but no, it only took 1. And Hobbs was able to get 7 as opposed to Roswell 6 in the 4th.
We'll take a break. They're going to get the pitching change here. 7-6 the score as your Hobbs Eagles lead by 1. Come back with you in 60 seconds.
On the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Roswell Coyotes pull their pitcher. They bring in Loya. He is 0-0, no record yet. 7th game of the season for him, and a 5.16 ERA here in the bottom of the 6th, where the Roswell Coyotes have given up 7 runs on 4 hits for the Eagles. Been some errors mixed in their fielding. And so Hobbs with a big-time comeback. All 4 of their hits in this 6th inning, all 7 of their runs in this 6th inning. And still, we got another inning left after this, and that's going to be probably, hopefully, the last hurrah. Hopefully, the Eagles are going to pull off the win to get a 2-1 margin, win-loss versus Roswell. The only time they'll play during the regular season in this series this week.
Exactly, and you expected a change sooner of the pitching, especially since this is the first series of the district. District is always important, and you thought Roswell would come up and try to get this over with as quickly as possible. Hobbs, though, has benefited from that so far.
So Loya, the new pitcher, after he gets his warm-ups. Camacho, top of the order, 4th time around for the Eagles now as he takes the fastball down the middle high for ball 1. Camacho is 1 of 2. He got a single, got on due to an error, a walk, and also scored a run.
Exactly, and I'm sure he's wanting to score another one or at least get another hit. As he does get it to the get in the gap on the right, and he is going to find it.
Double.
Not only that, but he's going to get a double out of that, and he's going to get an RBI as well. So once again, Hobbs is able to pull something out of nothing, and that is a nice double for an RBI as well. So they are extending their lead now to 2, and getting that insurance as well.
Armendariz, the man that scores for Hobbs, and boy, he just basically turned his bat around and faced it to the right at the last second and chopped it down to the first baseline in the corner. The right fielder was shifted way to the left that time and paid the price, and I'm sure Bogo would like to have that pitch back out there in right field so he could have moved over a little bit closer to that first baseline. But a nice cross swing there for the Eagles, and another run scored, as you mentioned.
Actually, and and Gerardo Gonzalez up at bat right now. He is 2-0 on the count, as that is just going to be a hit by pitch.
Yep, that'll put him on the bases too. That's his 2nd time he's been hit in this ball game. He's been on the bases 3 out of 4 times, had a single earlier. Josiah Martinez going to step in now, the lefty. He is 0 for 2, ground to third, flew to left, but did get a walk, so he has been on the bases. And if he could get on right now, that would load him up, at least with a single or a walk.
And we at the beginning of after the 2 outs, we weren't quite sure exactly how Hobbs was going to respond, and that is a nice hit as well. Goes to shortstop, but it is safe. In fact, it goes out, and it's going to score another one. Bad throw, yes, you're right about that.
Bad throw to second, and that's going to get the run to score. So Roswell completely unraveling defensively in this game as Camacho will go through for the Eagles to make it 9-6. What a comeback.
Yeah, right, exactly, and that was Palmonaldo who threw that to Sanchez. Sanchez wasn't able to handle it, and now Hobbs is just rolling right now. They've got 9 hits. I don't know if they've had this kind of success this season, but they're definitely enjoying it right now.
A lot of fielding errors for Roswell, and they almost hit another batter there as Martinez is having to suck his gut in. Actually, that's Alvarado.
Alvarado back up again, and if he would have been hit, it would have loaded the bases once again, and Roswell doesn't want to see that. But 1-0 for the count right now, as it now is 2-0, and like you said, it's
the throwback to the pitcher gets past him, and another score comes home and a steal to second. So Roswell definitely does not know where they're at this point. The throw coming back from Lynn to Loya at the mound got past him. Took a second for the Eagles to realize what happened. Another run scores.
Exactly, and all of a sudden you got a 10-run lead. That's the reason why Hobbs is in the lead right now, is because they're taking it time. They're also paying attention. Once they saw that ball get away from the pitcher, they advanced.
Gerardo Gonzalez scoring for the Eagles. A curveball inside is fouled off by Alvarado to the left over the Hobbs Eagles side of the field.
Yep.
Alvarado is 0 for 2 strikeouts. Got a walk and scored a run, though. An RBI walk. The bases were loaded at that point.
Yeah, but Hobbs with a 4-run lead right now. They still haven't. They want more of a cushion, but they do have a great one as Alvarado is up at bat. 2-2 is the count, though.
Another lefty for the Eagles. Runners at just one runner at second now.
Exactly, but he is a quick one, and he is in scoring position right now at second. But that was
sinker. That's going to be it for the Eagles.
Yeah, exactly. So struck out, but a huge inning for Hobbs. They needed it. We thought we'd only get 3, but instead we got 10 runs in that inning. Bottom of the 6th, we go to the top of the 7th, and this could be the end of the game.
Yeah, because Roswell's got to get at least 4 runs to tie, and if they don't get that, then that means Hobbs doesn't have to come up to bat. They'll take the W.
Exactly. So we'll be back in just a moment for the top of the 7th. Once again, Hobbs with a commanding lead now, 10-6. We'll be back on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Eagles leading 10-6 here, top of the 7th. Last hurrah for the Roswell Coyotes. Got to get at least 4 runs to tie it up. And if not, it'll be Hobbs getting the W. Of course, they are 1-1 in the district right now as they won their game earlier tonight, 4-3. Lost last night 10-0. Roswell was up 1-0 after that victory, but we're tied up now. Game 3, final game of the series here at Sportsman's Park. A chilly one here. Back to Ron on the play-by-play.
Yeah, and Palomino at the bat. He's trying to make something for Roswell as Gonzalez on the mound. That is going to be a swing and a hit, but foul ball for a long strike, and 1 strike down for Palomino.
All the offense for the Eagles coming in that 6th inning with the 10 runs and the 5 hits.
And just when you thought that because they had 2 outs, early on, you thought maybe they were just going to get a couple, but no, they just kept stringing on hits. We've been talking about that through the whole game, and that is a ball call.
Curveball comes back at the last second. It gets close to that inside corner. I don't think they'd call that, 1-2 count now, but Palomino is 1 for 3, 2 strikeouts, but then got an RBI single in his 3rd at bat.
Right, and that was the big inning where they had 6, but they have not scored since then. Swing and a miss, and that is strike 3. It was a drop, but he is tagged out. Either way.
3rd time he's been struck out by the Hobbs Eagle pitching in this one. Of course, the Eagles had they're letting him come back. I guess they're going to say it. It
was a foul.
Yep, foul first. So 1-2 count still to Palomino.
I'm trying to get ahead of ourselves, but still, it was a foul, so no change. And this time around, he does drive it up to right. It is going to go into the outfield. No, actually, it's going to go to the right field and be caught.
Nice snag there for the Eagles by Martinez, and he came almost behind second base from right field to make that catch. The wind kept it up there for a while, and then he kind of had to lunge his head backwards and just get the last glance at the ball and make the catch. But that's the first down for the Eagles. Roswell's got 2 outs away from getting another L in their win-loss column.
Yeah, you thought that that Montez would be able to catch that one from second base, but no, it was caught by the left fielder or right fielder. And that one's going to go to Solomon Medeiros, but unfortunately he does get a dribbler over there. So it does make sure that the runner advances to first, and he did get a nice hit. And that
was Rico Lujan.
Yep, Rico Lujan.
Second single of the ball game for him. He's 2 for 4 at the plate now. Runner at first. He'll get a courtesy runner to check in. And that will be Toscani.
Right.
So we got a 10-6 ball game still, top of the 7th. Last chance at the bat unless they can get 4 runs or more for the Coyotes. Hobbs was trailing 6-0 all the way through 5 innings, but big comeback in the 6th.
And Sanchez is up to bat. Just would take a double play for Hobbs to be able to get out of this and get the victory that would be 2-1 against the Roswell Coyotes.
Sanchez 0 for 3 at the plate so far. Flew to short, got an error. Ground to third and did score a run after the error. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Of course, big leadoff at first there for Rico Lujan.
Yeah, they got nothing to lose right now except for the game.
Fastball, late swing, getting a piece of it. Drops right behind the plate, though, for Sanchez.
Yeah, did get some of it, just enough, though. But either way, it would have been a strike call. So
I think it also hit his ankle after he got contact, as he had to kind of massage that left ankle after coming out of the box.
there's anything below the knee you don't want to get hit at. So here is the pitch from Martinez, and that is going to be high and just over the head of Sanchez.
Definitely a wicked curve on that one. He keeps trying to adjust that left ankle. He's kind of limping back into the box now after ricocheting it off his body there 2 pitches back.
Yeah, you can't walk it off when you're trying to bat.
2-1 count now. Curveball inside.
And is that going to be fair? Just fair, unfortunately.
Third base line.
Yep. And that is going to go to Solomon Medeiros, who is called out.
At third, yeah, the throw to third. And you kind of wonder if maybe a Hobbs Eagle second baseman might have tripped him. It looked like he got tripped at second. The coaching staff for Roswell is pointing out at second right now. Montez, the second baseman. The runner looked like he was stumbling forward as he came through second base, and they're leaving him at third, so maybe they said interference out there called by the plate umpire instead of the field umpire who was just watching the throw to third.
Well, I've seen that sometimes too, but apparently it didn't happen where you step on the base, but you step on it wrong and you stumble as you continue on.
You can see a Hobbs player out there and it was in contact, it looked like, from behind. I don't know if he did it on purpose. The kid's foot might have come back and he just clipped it, but yeah, he stumbled, and that took his time down a little bit, enough for the throw to third and the tag.
Well, it still hurts a little bit. First and third are covered now by the Roswell Coyotes with 1 out. In the top of the 7th, once again, 3 outs, and this is the end of the game. And that is going to be another one that just sneaks past third base and finds its way into the outfield.
That's going to be Bogle.
Yeah, Bogle did that.
A double. Bogle gets a double, so 3 big hits in a row for Roswell. But still the Eagles lead by 3, 10-7. 1 down here in the top of the 7th. Once again, Roswell needs 3 runs to score to tie this game up and possibly force the Eagles to have another at bat. And Coach Bowman going to take a jog out to the mound to talk to his relief pitcher.
Exactly. He does not want to have this big lead slip away. It's only 3 now is the lead. Also got an update for you for the JV. Hobbs did win their second game as well against Roswell. Final score was 8-4, and Hobbs would like to join them as well in the victory side. But definitely need to control these bats. They're getting hotter again for the Roswell Coyotes. Second inning that they've been able to score a run at least in this game.
Meeting the minds there at the mound. Infield and Coach Bowman now getting back to their positions. And Hobbs needs 2 more outs to put this game in the books. But runners at second and third. The tying run at the plate right now for the Coyotes.
Exactly. Could easily do it. Just either a strikeout or maybe a double play. Either way, something that can definitely be done by the Hobbs Eagles.
Luke Lynn at the plate, 9th in the order. Takes a curveball inside, knuckles it off the handle there over the backstop backwards. He into this game, he got a single to start, hit by a pitch, and scored a run later, and then flew to left. So he is 1 for 2 so far at the plate.
Definitely want to get 2 for 3, and that one is hit though. But second, going to be corralled up, and even though a run is going to score, it is going to be an out. Number 2 for Hobbs, slowing down the bleeding but not stopping it, are the Hobbs Eagles.
Fielder's choice there, did score a run. Luke Lynn able to get one of his players to come through. That was Rico.
Suave.
Rico Lujan.
No, just kidding.
So now 10-8. Runner at third. 1 more out needed for the Eagles to get the victory.
Achando at bat right now and just going to hit it up the middle, and it's like another one hits the gap, and another scorer is going to run. It's going to make it closer, 9-8. So a RBI single for that. And once again, Roswell looking to at least gain the lead back.
That was on Chondo getting his first hit of the ball game.
Exactly, and did it just at the right time. Hit it in the right area too. Found it between center. It's not center. Well, in center field, but did it between the infield and the outfield.
That's the 11th hit for Roswell compared to 5 for the Eagles. 10-9 the score. Force out would be at second here, as Eli Lynn will step up.
Okay.
One of their better hitters out there. 2 singles so far. Got on due to an error as well and a run scored. So he's been on base 3 out of 4 times.
Yep. All it takes, though, is 1 more out. We've got 1 on, but 2 outs already. 1 more will end this game for Hobbs, as that one is going to be high for a ball.
Of course, Gonzalez coming in relief for the Eagles. The starter was Canyon Johnson. 1 ball and no strike to Lynn. One of 3 Lynn's on the field.
And that one is hit hard, but it is unplayable. Foul to the right.
He's going to head towards the JV field. A little late on the swing that time. I think he would have reacted a little bit quicker. That might have been one that took a sell out to the outfield.
He may have thought about it a little too hard, trying to figure out if he wanted to hit it or not. And by the time he did, it was a little past him.
Here's the 1-1 fastball. Just misses the outside corner. Umpire takes a little time to make the strike call, so you kind of have to wait to see what what signal he's going to make there. But the Eagle fans thought that barely clipped. 2-1 now.
Exactly. You never can tell until it's 30 seconds later.
Another foul off there. Gonzalez continues to pitch it outside, and if Lynn can react a little bit quicker, I think you get more of the meat of the baseball. That might be sending out probably toward right center or somewhere.
Exactly, but either way, we are down to the wire now. 2 outs, 1 on, and 2-2 the count.
Curveball up near the head, then it comes down quickly and just barely misses the inside. And now it's a full count, Ron. A big pitch coming here from Gonzalez.
Exactly, and hopefully the stress will keep us warm, because that's the only thing going on right now is trying to figure out where the out's going to come from as he looks to first and corrals that runner.
Yeah, Gonzalez got to be very careful about the footwork here, not want to pick up a balk. Oh, extended swing on the ball, well outside of the pitch. It's going to go to right center. And they're going to bring the runner. Nope, they're going to hold him at third at the last second. I thought he was going to come around to tie it up. Nice relay coming in out there. I believe getting over for the Eagles, Camacho from center had to move to right in front of the American flag to corral that ball. And the runner at third, time called, and there goes Coach Boyle, and he's out there again. That means there's going to be another pitching change, it looks like.
Right.
10-9. Hobbs just needing 1 out, Ron, and we'll close the books on this one.
Right, but unfortunately you've got Noah Lynn coming up, and he is a good hitter for Roswell. Of course, they've had a nice rally in here. They've had almost all the runs come back. In fact, 3 out of 4 so far, and it's just not looking strong for Hobbs, but they still have their opportunity. It looks like Luke Parrish is going to be able to close this one out.
No, not Luke Parrish. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Not Parrish. He's already had his time
That's
tonight.
what I thought.
Alan Udahara, who we saw him against Roswell
That's
last night. He came in relief for the Eagles and had a couple innings under his belt. So all he needs is 1 out here.
Right.
Easier said than done. I mean, that's putting pressure on, especially when you have a runner at third. So got to be very smart. All the infield players, they got to be looking around and seeing what that runner's going to do. They're talking to him right now at third base, making sure he doesn't get himself in a rundown or something and get too far off that third bag, because they got a guy in position to tie the ball game here. 10-9, Eagles up by 1. 3 runs that come across for Roswell here in the top of the 7th.
Exactly, and once again, the complexion of the game has changed so much that it's just completely different. And Hobbs, though, still has a chance to be able to get out of this. We're going to take a break for a moment, come back, and get you more action on Hobbs Eagle Network.
Back live to Sportsman's Park, going down to the wire here. 2 down, 2 outs for Roswell. They trailed 10-9 to your Hobbs Eagles, top of the 7th. They got to get at least 1 run to come across here to keep this game alive. 2 runs to take the lead. Hobbs, of course, still has an at-bat if they have to need it.
Exactly. So if they do lose the lead, that doesn't mean they lose the game necessarily. They still have an at-bat. But you've got Noah Lynn up here right now, and he can do some damage. To this
just real
game.
quickly, Udahara 0-1 record at 2.90 ERA. This is his 5th game. He has 2 saves, although not a save here as Hobbs up by 1.
Yeah, he just would be nice enough to get 1 more out, and that, of course, will end it. Okay, not going to call it, so just had to check to see. That is considered a ball. Didn't hit the zone for the ump. So 1-0 is the count.
Fastball outside, it gets away a little bit from Hernandez, has to slide over and chase down the ball. Not sure if he was just messing around with it to keep that runner running off that third bag. So far, Noah Lynn has just 1 hit. An RBI single, did score a run off of that. Fielder's choice, hit by a pitch. It's been on the base 3 out of 4 times so far. 2-0 count, though, to him, so he's got a lead on that count. Ooh, late swing, middle of the bat, falls it off to the right side over the Roswell dugout. Runners at second and third, Ron, and knocking at the door.
And you know that Hobbs is just anxious to get out of this one with Noah Lynn on at bat right now. They're just trying to calm him down as far as not making sure that he gets a hit. If he does fly out, though, it does in the inning, though.
And the game.
And the game, yes, indeed.
More importantly.
Didn't want to rip.
Ooh, that fastball, that's a little low, coming to the outside corner now.
And all of a sudden now, I mean, if you walk him, that's fine too, but you've loaded up the bases, but you're still giving Roswell an opportunity to make more runs.
He leads the team in RBIs with 23, has 4 homers this season.
An important pitch right here does go to shortstop and is thrown to first.
It's
Unfortunately,
dropped.
yes.
And 2 runs are coming across in a lead for Roswell. Ball was dropped at first, right in the glove, it appeared, of Alvarado. Nice throw coming from short from Fuentes. And just lost his eye on the ball, right in the glove, it looked like. Nice throw from Fuentes, but that's going to cost the Eagles with a couple of runs scoring, and now a lead for Roswell.
And it seems like deja vu from last year, but yeah, that seemed to happen too. But yeah, Fuentes threw it to Alvarado. Just Alvarado was unable to get it. It was in time. Definitely would have been an out and would have, of course, not had any more runs come in. But that steal to second did make a difference, and now they've got a 1-run lead.
That's going to bring up cleanup man, Loya. Loya has got 1 hit on his numbers so far with a double to start the game. Struck out, got on an air, and flew to left in his last 3 times at the plate. 11-10 Roswell, up by 1, top of the 7th. 1 out needed by the Eagles to get into the offense.
To the bottom of the 7th. We will have to do that now since the game is now led by Roswell.
2-0 count. Pitch coming in from Udahar. Curve it inside. A blooper drop to third. Gonzalez turns and fires to first. Nice stretch. Alvarado able to hold on the ball and get the out. But this is going to the wire, Ron.
Yeah, the damage has been done. 5 in the top of the 7th. So we're going to see a bottom of the 7th as Hobbs has to come back once again, see if they can get at least a tie, if not the win, as it looks like we also have a little bit of an injury problem going on in the infield right now with who is that? It could be a concern.
Looks like cramps, though, to me. I don't
Gonzalez.
I don't think he's.
Oh, well, hopefully not.
They're pulling his legs and stretching it for him. Both legs, actually.
Right, and he does look like he's going to go up. All right, we'll be back in just a moment with more action right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Back live here, bottom of the 7th inning at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles trail 11-10 to Roswell. Did have a lead here, but Roswell came back with those 5 runs to get ahead by the 1. A couple of errors for the Eagles in the fielding situation, and now they got to get the bats working here. Need to get at least 1 run to tie it up. And, of course, they're at the last at bat, so they get 2. The game is over. W for Hobbs. Again, the rubber match. Both teams have won 1 game in the series, the only time they'll play in the regular season. And then next week, Hobbs, again, schedule change at Clovis matchup. They'll be home Wednesday at 4 or 5 o'clock, 4:30 doubleheader in Clovis on Thursday.
Starting with Cole Kesner, the DH, and he gets his first delivery as called strike.
Kestner right now struck out, ground to second, had a sack RBI earlier in this game. Had a home run in game 2 earlier tonight.
Felt the breeze from that swing right there, but missed everything except for the air. And unfortunately right now he is standing at an 0-2 count.
Roswell fans getting a little loud now.
Yep,
Curveball inside. It's going to have a nice sail effect towards the right side of the field. The first baseman falls down inside the first baseline, backpedaling, hits the ground on his butt, and then the ball hits the front of his glove and knocks to the ground, so they're going to get that a single.
Yeah, Noah Lynn, who was actually part of the process that got them the lead in the first place, just looked like he almost had the ball, and then he lost his footing somewhere somehow, fell down, and in the process lost the ball. So it did end up being an error, but that will be a hit, and that is what Hobbs needed. They just needed a couple people on base to be able to get something going. Was a hit? All right, so it wasn't an error, it was a hit. So it's one of those situations where you never know for certain, if it hits the glove. But there will be a pinch runner coming in. And once again, Hobbs is just looking to get those runs back. 5 in the top of the 7th Roswell got. And just unexpected, but, sometimes that's how baseball works.
Pitch coming on the fastball, low and outside. Off the reliever, Loya. Count 0-1. Even though it's 11-10 game, Hobbs has had 6 less hits in Roswell, 12 for the Coyotes and 6 for the Eagles.
But still, nevertheless, it's still a nail biter, as that is high for a ball call.
Evens up the count at 1-1. Runner at first for the Eagles, a tying run. Hernandez at the plate. He's got the single so far. He's 1 for 3.
And that is a balk.
So that's going to give an extra base to Kestner. Crowd calling it before the umpire does that time. And Eagles still knocking at the door. Coach Boyle being very loud and communicative to his base runner, Kestner, and wants to make sure that we don't get picked off on the bases. Hobbs could use every run they can get here. Actually, just 2. I keep forgetting this is the end of it. If they can get 2 runs, it's game over.
Exactly, and that's the second balk that has been called on Roswell. That is a swing and a miss for Hernandez. Strike 2. 1-2 is the count. Still, though, with that, puts them in scoring position. Would tie the game if he could do that on second, and the winning is on at bat.
That last at bat, it was an RBI single for him.
Yes, for Hernandez. So
fastball low and outside.
So still alive. 2-2 is the count, though.
No outs. That's the important part for the Eagles.
Right, exactly.
No sense in getting this kid thrown out at second, though. He's got to be smart and stay by that base.
Even a pop fly could do it, and that looks like it's going to find the gap in the left.
Well, they send him, though. Coach Boyle making a decision. He holds him up at the last second, keeps Kestner at third, or a single for Hernandez. Back-to-back singles for him. The Eagles now with 7 hits in this ball game, and makes this more interesting. They've got the winning run at first, as Fuentes will step up. Coming in for the Eagles, he is 0 for 2, a couple of fouls or flies, short and second, and a walk.
So runners on first and third. Chondo was able to make that play to where it was just a single, basically. But, did enough damage to Hobbs did, as that is a foul ball.
Yeah, fast ball, middle of the bat, get some good motion on that one, and the Eagles are starting to make some contact here.
I know, in the last 2 innings they have done very well. 10 in the 6th, and they're looking to see about adding that onto that lead or that score here and now.
A steal is coming, and the Eagles are going to get that easily. The ball dropped behind the plate that time. Didn't look like that. That was a mistake, more like on purpose that Loya was waiting to see what the runner at third is going to do for the Eagles. So the stolen base converted.
Right.
And the Hobbs now the leading run at second.
We're not going to do that again where there was a run in first. They went ahead and got the out at home.
Boy, that fastball gets way outside that time. Nice job of blocking it down by Eli Lynn. Out the pitch from Loya. And the count goes to 2-1. Runners at second and third for the Gold and Black, as they're trying to run their record to 2-1 in district.
Exactly. The last thing Roswell wants to do is have a run score off a wild pitch.
A walk would get you bases loaded, too.
Exactly.
Ooh, fastball comes up near the chin, and backpedaling is Fuentes. He could feel the friction off that ball.
With no outs, you can also, if a walk happens, it's also going to load the bases up.
That's what we said, yep.
Yeah, and, then it makes it a little easier for Hobbs to be able to get a couple runs in and be able to get this game into the victory mode.
3-1 count, no outs for the Eagles. 11-10 deficit, though, with runners at second and third. Here comes the pitch from Loya. Little late swing on that one off the handle fastball.
Yep, once again, a sigh of everybody was expecting a hit, and because that was a foul, it was like, oh. But that is going to bring it at 2.
You would love to cross-check this ball into the right corner because they give a big gap over there. The right fielder moving over more to the left.
Yeah, full count.
And
that one is going to find it.
Yep, left field, single. It's going to take a roll. They tied the game. They kept the runner at third, but it keeps rolling to the wall. That's the ball game.
It. Yep, two RBI single right there. And that is a walk-off single for the Hobbs Eagles. They are victorious.
What the heck was going on in left center field? The ball rolls out there. For some reason, 2 guys go after it, still rolling. And we thought, they're going to get the ball in, and run's going to score to tie it up. But they kept the runner at third. The Eagles did for some reason, and he almost didn't even leave the base.
I know. He was like, go, go, go. And if Roswell had it there, I think what they thought is they were just going to automatically go. Hobbs was, and it was going to be a no-brainer. But Hobbs did slow down for a moment. They did take advantage of that missed opportunity by both of those outfielders. And, yes, in the end, it is a victory, 12-11.
Yeah, Kestner gets the run, and also Hernandez there at the end. There's 2 scores that put it in the books, but you got to go back to Fuentes. 2 RBI single for the W.
Exactly. Either way, it might have been a weird ending, but it was an ending that Hobbs wanted. Again, it was a nail-biter till the end. It could have been ended in the top of the 7th, but it did not happen either way. We've got a 12-11 victory. We're going to come back in just a moment. We're going to be talking more about this in about 2 minutes? All right, we'll be coming back in about 2 minutes. Please stay tuned because that was an exciting ending right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. Big victory for the Hobbs Eagles. Coming back in the 7th inning. Couple of runs going across and winning 12-11. 1-run win. Hobbs goes 2-1 against the Coyotes to open up district at 2-1. Roswell at 1-2. And boy, big 7th inning, or make it 6th inning for the Hobbs Eagles. They're getting 10 runs. They were down 6-0 through 4. Roswell held that lead until the 6th when Hobbs pumped up to 10. And of course, some big runs coming in for Roswell to get the lead at that point. They got 5 runs in the top of the 7th. Eagles needing 2 to get the win, which they did, thanks to that 2 RBI single from Fuentes. A couple other hits coming up big, too. Kestner and Hernandez both getting singles in that last inning to get the W, and very important one for the Hobbs Eagles, Ron.
Yeah, and more importantly, we'll be talking about district in a moment where we're going to be talking about Carlsbad and Clovis. Clovis won their second game 7-6, but unfortunately Carlsbad is winning the third game right now. Looks like they are up 7-0, but Carlsbad up 1-1 is the score. The series tie. So they're also going to the rubber match. Looks like Carlsbad may win that one unless Clovis comes back and gets it like Hobbs did. Speaking of which, we're going to be talking big about this one this week, next week, as Hobbs just could not get some bats going in the first 5 innings. 6th inning, they finally got some magic going. It helped that Roswell had a few mistakes as well, but either way, just continued doing what we thought they could do, getting the bats to go, getting the runners on base, and just continuing to get some motion going on those bases, get those runs in, and before you know it, it was a 10-run 6th inning. And, we almost thought they had it in the bag. Roswell comes back, tries to get close. They did get 5 in the 7th. But Hobbs just hangs on and is able to get 2 runs to be able to get this victory 12-11.
Roswell had everybody getting at least 1 hit in this game and only 2 guys getting multiple hits, and those including Eli Lynn. He went 3 for 5, all 3 singles for him. Also got on due to an error and a run scored. Also multiple hitter Rico Lujan went 2 for 4. He had a couple of singles and got 2 runs as well. Everybody else is getting 1 hit apiece. On Chondo got a single. It was Noah Lynn finishing up with a RBI single and a run. Also Loya, he went 1 for 5. He got a double in the game. That was the longest hit of anybody in the contest for Roswell. Palomino got himself an RBI single. It was Sanchez went 1 for 4. He got a single. Double for Bogle. He went 1 for 3. Also had a walk. And Luke Lynn went 1 for 3 as he finished up with a single. Did also get a fielder's choice with an RBI that scored another run for the team as well. So 11 hits for Roswell, actually 12. They actually had more, double what Hobbs Eagles ended up producing in this game. Only walked once, so Hobbs Eagles did a good job of not putting easy people on the bases, and they were struck out 7 times by the Hobbs Eagle pitching. Of course, Hobbs had 2 pitchers in the game tonight at different times. Kenyon Johnson, the starter, and Nick Gonzalez in relief. Hobbs Eagle offense, definitely the 6th inning was where it was at, where they got those 10 runs. They ended up with 2 guys with multiple hits. That included Juan Camacho, who came on late. His last 2 at-bats is where he got most production. Had a single and a run, and then a RBI double with the run scored. Again, 2 for 3, also on base due to a walk. The other multiple hitter was Hernandez, went 2 for 4, and his last 2 hits coming on his last 2 at-bats, RBI single and a single. So 4 combined hits between Camacho and Hernandez. And 1 apiece for Gonzalez, 1 of 2 with a single. He was hit by a pitch and scored a run after that eventually. Kester came on as the DH. He was 1 for 4. Last hit and his last at-bat was a single, also a sac RBI for his name. Also, Fuentes went 1 for 3 with a 2 RBI single. And Armendariz went 1 for 3 with an RBI single. So loads of guys getting 1 hit apiece in this one. Hobbs finishing up with 8 hits. They were struck out 6 times and walked 4. So although Eagles lost the hitting game, they did not lose the scoreboard game and getting that 12-11 victory to get to 2-1 in district.
And in the end, that's the bottom line, is the runs, not the hits. You can have 100 hits, but if you don't have any runs, it doesn't make a difference at all. But yeah, Hobbs come back, win, and they end up getting 2-1 on the district. Also in the district for 2-1 is Carlsbad. Clovis being at 1-2. Well, that is if the trend continues, as Carlsbad once again is leading by 7-0. And Roswell drops to 1-2. They end up going to a 10-10 record. And that is, at least it's a good thing, because this helps the schedule, strength of the schedule for Hobbs, meaning that they got somebody that is above 500 at the time. So that helps them out, as well as, of course, all the other district teams.
Schedule change this coming week. Your Hobbs Eagles will play Wednesday at home here at Sportsman's Park. That'll be a 5 o'clock start, just a 1 game. And then the doubleheader in Clovis on Thursday at 4:30. That's a change from Thursday and Friday to Wednesday and Thursday due to some umpire issues. So make sure you're listening to us on the internet as well, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the, of course, Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Before we leave tonight, after the big victory for your Hobbs Eagles, our sponsors, Ron.
Exactly. Without them, we would not be able to be doing this and on the air. So we thank very much the Coffee House, Lasco Construction, Forest Tire, TDS, The Model, Hobbs Express, Thriftway, Lee County State Bank, Elite Home Healthcare, NMR Pipeline, First American Bank of Hobbs, Hydrotech Services, Ampersand Media, and Divine Energy. Once again, thank you very much for all your support. Without you guys, we wouldn't be doing this.
Once again, final score in the third game of the series, 12-11. Your Eagles 2-1 over the Roswell Coyotes in games. Until next Wednesday at 4:45 for the pregame show. Thanks to Tiffany Stewart back at the station, Ron Gunner, myself, Ty Friend. Hobbs Eagle baseball victorious. Have a great rest of the weekend out there.